join in as always early on a Thursday morning. Um, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Federated City Employees Retirement
This
System
meeting is being recorded.
and Federated City Employees Healthcare Trust. Let's start with a roll call for attendance. Jay Castellano, I'm here. Trustee or Vice Chair Chandra.
Uh,
Thank you. And Trustee Horowitz.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Kelleher. Oh, see, I didn't hear Trustee Kelleher. Oh, yes, I see you. There you go.
Yeah, present. Sorry, was muted.
No problem. And then Trustee Orr, still not here, and Trustee Sun.
Here.
Thank you. Okay, we are per the agenda. We're going to move to into closed session, and we hope to be back in time for a time certain at 9:30. So with that, Michelle, Marty, thank you very much for moving us in.
Michelle and Marty, Prabhu and I just stay out here, right?
Yes.
Okay, very well.
from closed session.
This meeting is being recorded.
And for those of you returning from closed session, I believe the system defaults to mute, so you may have to uncheck that when appropriate. Michelle, are we all back?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, we're going to resume open session now. Let's see, before we start the open session, I want to go over the ground rules for this meeting. This is similar to what we've done. It's the same as what we've done in prior Zoom meetings, but because it is different from our pre shelter in place days, I want to go through this so we're all on the same page. All votes will be roll call votes today. If you're not speaking, please be on mute to cut background noise. For matters where we must debate, I will call the roll and trustees will each have a turn. And then the same with comments from the public. And let's see. Yeah, so I will give the public an opportunity to speak on each of the agenda items as well. And if members of the public will wait to speak until I invite the comment, that will help keep the process orderly for everybody. And with that, I'm going to move on to orders of the day. We have the time certain at 9:30. We'll get that started in just a moment. I also like to note that this meeting will be adjourned in the memory of Edward Franklin Overton. For most of you know already, Ed was the Director of Retirement Services. He was with the city for 34 years in total and a trustee of the Federated Board for approximately 10 years. Ed spent over 40 years serving the city of San Jose, the Office of Retirement Services, and its members. And our sincere condolences to Ed's family. Ed was a gentle giant and will be missed. I've known Ed since the mid 80s, and you know, I'm just so thankful to him for the service he's provided to employees and retirees and his stewardship over the Federated City Employees Retirement System. Also under orders of the day, we need to waive sunshine for attachment 6C and 6D, discussion and action to amend the existing contract for MedLink and the discussion and action to pay MedLink invoice. Could I please have a motion and a second to accept orders of the day?
So moved. Trustee Horowitz?
Thank you, Trustee Horowitz, for the motion. Second, please.
Second, Trustee Kelleher.
Trustee Kelleher, thank you for the second. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Any other comments from the public? Okay, all in favor? Need to do a roll call vote.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chandra?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Trustee Horowitz?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kelleher?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Orr?
Aye.
Thank you. And Trustee Sun?
Aye.
Okay, I also vote aye. That motion carries unanimously. And we're next going to be going then to oops, I'm sorry, juggling a couple pieces of paper here. All right, item 1 is change in status to service-connected disability. This is the hearing for Mr. Vito Milletta. And I do have a process that I will facilitate with some questions. This is the application for change in status from service retirement to a service-connected disability for Mr. Vito Valletta. I'd like to start by introducing Stacy Fisher from staff, who will present the summary of the application, and then to Dr. Tierman, Susan Tierman, who will present the results of her review of the medical records and medical examination of the applicant. And then after we do that, Mr. Milletta, you'll have I'll be asking you for your comments, but let's start with Ms. Fisher and Dr. Tierman.
Hi, the applicant's name is Vito Milletta. His job classification was alarm technician at the San Jose Police Department. His application is for a change of status from a service retirement to a service-connected disability retirement. The body parts on his application are left shoulder, right shoulder, and lower back. Mr. Milletta has 15 years of service. His current status is service retirement effective June 30th, 2011. His status at time of separation was full duty. His status at time of application was full duty. The board medical advisor's restrictions are: 1, no prolonged or repetitive work with the arms overhead. 2, no pushing or pulling greater than 25 pounds. The police department accommodation of the restrictions. The board medical advisor's restrictions could not have been accommodated in Mr. Milletta's own position. The restrictions could have been accommodated in a different position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Dr. Tierman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a relatively straightforward case from a medical standpoint, and I will focus on his right shoulder. He had pre-existing problems with his shoulder, degenerative tendinitis and impingement syndrome. However, he did not have pain and was able to do his duties until he was repetitively going overhead and dumping things with his shoulder. And after that, he developed pain and probably had a tear, a new tear of the shoulder. I believe there was enough information that there was aggravation of his pre-existing changes in his right shoulder. And Stacy already said the impairment that he has and the medical restrictions.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chairman. At this point, Mr. Milletta, would you please confirm that you received the staff letter dated August 11, 2020, notifying you of this board meeting? You're on mute, by the way, Mr. Milletta. Mr. Milletta, you're on mute. We're not able to hear you. Yeah, Mr. Milletta, if you just move your, oh, did he disappear off screen? If you can hear me, Mr. Milletta, if you move the mouse on your screen, you'll see a mute button in the lower left corner.
Maury, can staff unmute Mr. Malera? Can you do it on his behalf?
Mr. Roberto, we are trying. He needs to accept it. And
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Milletta, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, you're not on screen.
I know. I want
Okay. All right. So
audio. What do I
audio
do?
only?
Video. His video. Uh-oh. I don't know these phones.
Oh,
Unmute.
there you are.
Oh, here
You're-
we go. There we
yeah,
go.
you're
Okay.
good now. Good. Thank you.
I'm
So
good.
yes.
Hey, this is these phones are all. You know, I can't figure these phones out. I have to have my boy do this for me. I'm
Yes.
good.
Yes. Okay, good. I'm glad you're back. So, Mr. Milletta, if you would, let's start by having you confirm that you received the staff letter dated August 11, 2020, notifying you of this board meeting?
Yes, yes, I did. I have the letter.
Okay.
Yes,
And then will you stipulate to the relevance of the reports to the disability retirement application?
I don't understand what you meant by that, but say it again. I'm sorry.
Will you stipulate to the relevance of the reports to the disability retirement application?
I don't know what that means, but I applied for my disability retirement at the time I retired. And I tried prior to that and they already denied me. But
Yes.
that's why I worked for 15 years.
Mr.
Okay.
Molina, this is Mr. Pena, the director for the retirement office. I think what the question that Chair Castellano is asking you is whether you can actually confirm that the board has in their possessions the relevant medical reports that were provided to the committee initially and now to the board based on their review of your specific situation. If you know what those reports are, you went to the doctor yourself.
Yes,
and
I
you
did,
actually-
but
okay, so
go
can you
ahead.
actually stipulate or confirm that those are the reports that we have, those are the right ones, as opposed
Yes,
to okay.
those are probably the right ones. Yes. May
Okay, very well.
18th, I believe I went. May 18th.
Okay.
Yeah. On the 18th, year 18.
Okay, Mr. Mileta, do you
Yes.
wish to introduce any additional medical reports or other documentary evidence for the board's consideration today?
Well, at the time I was injured, the city of San Jose modified my job to keep me in that position. And as soon as I retired, they eliminated my job. The day I retired, they eliminated my job because they didn't want no one to have that classification. And that's why I worked 15 years on the job, because at the time I was in my 50s and I think it was a little hard for me to get a job at 50 years old. So I said, well, the city said they'll modify my job if I'm willing to stay on. I said, yes, I am. And that's what they did. They modified my job and I was limited to I did my job, but I work at a different level.
Mr. Mileta,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there will be a time coming up very shortly where you'll be able to make those comments. I think
Okay.
I think it's better if we proceed through this, because you may want to hear what some of the other experts have to say
Okay.
before you start your comments.
Thank
But
you.
before we do that, my next question for you is: do you have any witnesses? Would you like to identify any witnesses who are going to be testifying on your behalf today?
It's been a while now since I left the job. I mean, my witnesses are, well, my one friend died, so I really don't have any witnesses.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm gonna go on again. You'll have a moment to speak and continue
Yes.
what you said in just a moment. At this point, I would like to introduce Mr. Russ Requeda, our Disability Counsel, to summarize the committee's the Disability Committee's position basis for the position, and evidence and record supporting the position. His memo is included in the disability packet.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
The Disability Committee is recommending that you deny Mr. Mileta's application. There are two issues before the board: one, incapacity, and the other is service connection. As to incapacity, there's two elements to that issue. The first element is whether there are work restrictions. And as you just heard from Dr. Tierman, she found that as of June 2011, there were work restrictions with respect to Mr. Mileta's right shoulder. But that doesn't end the analysis for incapacity.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Requeda.
Next, part of the analysis for incapacity
Mr. Ricada,
is whether there,
excuse me. Mr. Ricada,
yes,
your connection,
hello,
yeah, your connection's a little
hello,
bit spotty, and it might be better if you ended the video and we just went with
yes,
audio.
yes.
On our side, you're frozen. On my side, it's frozen. Roberto, is it the same for you?
It's the
Okay.
same for me.
All right.
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're not hearing me?
Now we are hearing you, Mr. Ricada. So would you mind starting again?
No, I apologize for that.
Thank you.
As the board knows, there are two issues before it. Number one, whether Mr. Mileta was incapacitated from the performance of his duties as of June 2011. That's issue number one. The second issue is service connection. The committee denied his application because he did not meet his burden of persuasion as to being incapacitated as of June 2011. On the issue of incapacity, there's sort of two elements. Number one, Mr. Mileta had to have work restrictions as of June 2011. And as Dr. Tierman just indicated, Mr. Mileta did have work restrictions in June 2011 with respect to his right shoulder. Then there's a second element that has to be satisfied before it can be concluded that Mr. Mileta was incapacitated in June 2011. And that second element is that he could not, that he was unable to perform the duties of his position or a similar position. And that, as described in the memo to the board, is what Mr. Mileta failed to satisfy. And therefore, it cannot be concluded that he's incapacitated. Now, let me explain a little bit more why he didn't satisfy the second element. And the bottom line is that he did not engage in the interactive process. As Mr. Mileta already briefly referred, as of June 2011, his position was being eliminated and the duties were being assigned to other positions in the city. So there was instability in his position. That is true. But nonetheless, there was still an interactive process for him to go through to see if, notwithstanding the elimination of his position, that there are other similar positions available to him. He did not participate in that process at all. Certainly, we don't know the outcome at this point of that process if he had participated in it. But the dominant fact is that we don't know, and the burden of knowing is on Mr. Mileta. And at the Disability Committee, Mr. Mileta was very, very forthcoming as to the reasons why he did not pursue continued employment with the city and instead decided to retire for service. He mentioned to us his age at that point, which was approximately 68 years old. He also mentioned that he had his own personal goal in employment, which was to work 15 years, and he had satisfied that goal as of June 2011. He also mentioned to the committee that he was willing to leave city employment during this time of some job instability so that other employees, he specifically mentioned an employee named Steve, could retain employment. And he added that Steve had 4 children, and Mr. Mileta very kindly wanted to make sure that Steve would continue to have a job. And therefore, that was one of the reasons that Mr. Mileta left city employment. So the bottom line is that Mr. Mileta left city employment because of these other factors. And he did not leave city employment because of his disability. And the final point, of course, is that he did not engage. He did not engage in the interactive process. And all of these together indicate that Mr. Mileta did not satisfy the second element under incapacity, and therefore it cannot be concluded that he was incapacitated in June 2011. And that was the base for the decision of the Disability Committee to recommend to the full board that his application be denied. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Requeda. Dr. Tierman, do you have anything to add to your written report for the board's consideration?
No, I don't. I'll be happy to answer any questions about his impairment at the time, if
Okay.
anyone wishes to.
Okay, very good. We'll get to that shortly. Is there a representative from the police department present today who wishes to add anything to the department memo dated August 2, 2011 on applicant's work status at the time of application for disability retirement, or who wishes to present any other testimony relevant to the issues to be determined in this hearing?
Yes, this is Lisa Perez from the police department. I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Perez. Is the return to work coordinator present, and do you wish to add anything to the memo dated January 7, 2019 on accommodation of work restrictions, or wish to present any other testimony relevant to the issues to be determined in this hearing?
Hi, this is Elsa Cordova, Return to Work Coordinator for the city. I don't have anything to add at this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cordova. Mr. Mileta, this is the time. Could you, you're welcome to present your testimony in support of your application.
Am I on now? Okay.
Yes.
Number one, at our last meeting, the doctor admitted that my right shoulder was work related. Okay. I took a physical and I took a drug test prior to working for the city of San Jose. There was nothing wrong with me, nothing at all. I started the job in 1996, I guess, or 98, something like that, 96. I did, at the time, leave the job after 15 years because I was physically, my shoulder was bothering me and I had work restrictions that I couldn't perform my job properly, okay? At the time, Steve, which I understand right now is in bad shape, but he was a single man with 4 children, and I felt at that particular time, I said, you know what, I'll just leave the job, okay? I have my 15 years, I'll retire, and then he can turn the job over to Steve, and that's what they did. But when I worked for the city, there was nothing wrong with me. I worked 15 years because the city of San Jose modified my job to accommodate me, to keep me on, because I was a valuable person to the robbery unit. And that's why I stayed the 15 years. The day I retired, they eliminated my job because they didn't want the next person to have my classifications as far as lifting or working over 25 pounds or working overhead. They restricted, they did the job, they modified the job for me only, no one else, me. When I retired, they eliminated my job. They didn't eliminate it a week before or 2 weeks before. They eliminated my job the day after I retired, I believe. And I just feel that I'm limited to my right and left shoulder and my back. I wake up in the morning, I can't move my shoulder at all. And it's work related as far as it's been, that pain has been on my shoulder since the day I hurt my shoulder. I complained about that. And and I went to the doctor, and they found out I had a tear in my right shoulder, and they repaired it. But
the city paid for it.
and the city paid for my operation for my left and my right. And then I went for therapy. I was technically at that particular time. I mean, I was 68 years old. Yes, I worked 15 years. Yes, because at the time I was 50 something years old. Where am I going to get a job? I
You were in
figured,
great
well,
shape, yeah.
you know, I said, I'm not going to go to a job and lie in the application, say there's nothing wrong with me. All right. I would have had to tell them, because they would have found out, they would have fired me. I can't go to a job and say I have a bad shoulder. So I stayed on the job, and the city accommodated me. And that's why I stayed on the job.
I mean, if they admitted it was
You know,
because
well,
of
the
the job.
city, the doctor did admit that the shoulder was work related, and it was. There was nothing wrong with me when I started that job. Nothing. I was a Vietnam War veteran. There was nothing wrong with me. I took a physical, drug test, everything. I took a physical prior to that job, and they hired me. There was nothing wrong with me. That's all I have to say. I mean, they're denying my case because I worked 15 years. I don't believe that. I mean, there are people with less injuries than I have that have disability retirement. I can't understand why all these years I've been retired. I can't use I can't use my right arm. I have to stop. If I try working on I have a few hot rods. If I try working on my cars, I can't, because I can't move my arm. And that's it. I mean, you know, there are days, every morning I wake up, I have a pain in my shoulder or my back. And what do? I just keep on going. Well, I'm 77 years old right now. What am I going to do? I'm going to go until I'm going. And that's it. You know, and when the good Lord wants me, the good Lord's going to take me. What am I going to do? That's all I have to say. I feel that they are wrong by denying my disability retirement, because at the time I applied for it, I could not do anything. Okay, and I still can't do anything. But for them to deny me, it's unbearable.
Especially when they say you can't do anything.
What's that, hon?
They say you can't do anything.
No, they said I can't. I have a letter, I have a memo here from the city of San Jose on December 19, 2018. From Roberto Perez, Director, Retirement Services. And it says that my work status at the time, I'm on light duty and stuff like that. I was on light duty.
You can't lift anything over your head?
I can't lift anything over my head, and I still can't. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mileta. Mr. Mileta, would you like to question any witnesses who have testified?
Well, the young man that spoke first said that they denied my disability. I can't believe that, because if the doctor, she wasn't around at the time. I don't know what doctor, I forget his name. She admitted in the last meeting that the shoulder was work related. Now, why aren't they giving my disability retirement? I don't know why.
Why would they pay for it if it wasn't work related and put you on disability?
That's it. Okay, I tell you. And then again, why would the city pay for it if it wasn't work related? I can't understand that. Why didn't they question me at the time? That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Who was the chief of police when you ripped it?
Go ahead,
Mr. Mileta. I'm sorry. Did you have a specific question for a specific person?
Well, the first young man that spoke said that they denied my thing because I left the job after 15 years. I got my fifth. That was my goal, because I was 68 years old. When am I going to get a job? I can't get a job. I had at the time of the job, I applied for the job. There was nothing wrong with me, not one iota. I had a little baby boy at that particular time, and I applied for the job because I told my wife I have to get a job because I have a little boy that I have to support, and that's what I did. I went to the city, they hired me, And today it's history. 25 years later. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Yeah, frankly, I'm trying to distinguish whether that's a specific question for Mr. Ricada or if,
Well,
kind of rhetorical.
Well, there's two people. The doctor says that
Yeah.
first she said that I never had a problem with my shoulder. And she admitted at the last meeting that my shoulder was work related. Now, how can she go back on that and say, no, it's not work related? It is. My shoulder is work related to that job at that particular time.
I mean, they wouldn't have put
Okay.
down.
Does Dr. Tierman or Mr. Ricada, either of you have a response, at least for the record? I'm not sure if there's. There's.
If I may make a brief response.
Yes.
Two of Mr. Miletta's points are absolutely correct. Number one, he did have work restrictions for his right shoulder. Dr. Tierman clearly identified them. That's number one. And number two, Mr. Miletta is quite right in saying that Dr. Tierman found them, those work restrictions to be service connected. And so, but those aren't the reasons for the denial. The reasons for the denial were that Mr. Miletta did not engage in the interactive process to attempt to find another position, but instead retired for the other reasons that I set forth. Those are my remarks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ricada. Mr. Miletta, did you have any follow-up questions for Mr. Ricada?
Well, to say that I did not, at that particular time, when I come out of rehab with my shoulder, they put me on they made me work at a mechanic shop filing. And I said, you guys are nuts because I'm working harder here than I did on my job because I was using my arms. Anyway, I did pursue another job. And they found there was no other job that would fit my position. That's why the city modified my job for me to continue to work. And that's why I worked. I did go. I probably went in maybe 2000. I went someplace in Los Gatos for a job position, an interview. And they interviewed me. And they found that there was no positions available for me. All right. Now, as far as I could have stayed on my job, but I left the job after 15 years because of my age. Yes. Number two, because of Steve. Steve needed a job. Plus, my shoulder was bothering me. And I said, you know what? I'm done. 15. I'm done. No, I just got to move on and move on with my life. And I gave Steve the job because he was a single man with 4 children.
You couldn't move. That's why you.
Okay. Dr. Tierman, do you or other witnesses who have testified have any rebuttal to the testimony provided by the applicant at this point?
No, I just want to make one comment even though it's the right shoulder that we've determined was work related, he has bilateral shoulder problems. And so the restrictions are not only for his right shoulder, but for his left shoulder. So when he is going to look at other jobs, those have to be taken into consideration too, that it's not just his right arm, but it's both arms.
Okay. And Mr. Miletta, would you like to question Dr. Tierman on?
Yes, my left
that
shoulder. Yes, my right shoulder was work related. When I went back to work, all right, I used my left shoulder more than my right shoulder because I was afraid of hurting my right shoulder again. And in turn, I hurt my left shoulder. That's why I went for the second operation because now I had a left shoulder that was bad. And I can't see how the city could say that my left shoulder was not the problem. It was. because I used I favored my left shoulder over my right shoulder because I was afraid of re-injuring it.
Okay.
That's what I did. I'm sorry.
Oh.
As far as I'm concerned, the city owned this. When I left the job, the city said they own both my shoulders. That's what the city said. Okay. And I said, okay. Now I went to Kaiser and I had a pain. I woke up one day. I couldn't move my shoulders, my right shoulder at all. I went to Kaiser. I seen Elizabeth. Her name was Kaiser. Dr. Elizabeth Kaiser, and she put me on therapy, and they did this and did that. But that's fine. It's just that I just couldn't do it anymore. My shoulder, I'm gonna have to live with it. I said, my shoulder hurts. I'm gonna live with it. That's what I did. I lived with it. What am I gonna do? Until today, I still have pains in my shoulder. I wake up in the morning and my shoulders are killing me. I can't do anything. I can't mow the lawn. I can mow the lawn, but I can't because if I start, I have to quit because my shoulder hurts. And that's it. I don't know what to tell you. And I can't understand why they say my left shoulder isn't work related. It is. Because if it wasn't, why did the city pay for the second operation?
Okay, Mr.
I'm done.
Maleta, before we start to transition over to board discussion, would you like to make a closing statement?
No, I just want to know why the city is denying my disability retirement because my shoulder is work related and my left shoulder is work related and my back is work related. There was nothing wrong with me when I started this job, not a thing. I took a physical. I took a drug test. I took a physical. I did everything. Everything that the city required me to do, I did. And I passed with flying colors. It's unfortunate that I got injured, but this is what it is today. Well, you know, you can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow. You can't. I'm done. I mean, I'm done with the city. I mean, it's been a while now. I enjoyed my time working for the city. They modified my job. And
you love the social interacting with them. You didn't want to leave.
No, I didn't want to leave the job. I didn't want to leave the job because it was like a family to me. The guys I worked with, they were like family. All of them, even from the chief down, everybody was a family to me. When I went to work,
you enjoyed going.
I enjoyed going to work. In fact, I don't think I took any days off. I worked. Did what I had to do.
Okay.
Some days I worked hard. Some days I didn't work hard, but that was part of the job. I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Maleta. All right, we're going to transition before the board deliberates. Okay. Give the board members an opportunity to ask questions of any of the witnesses testified, and I'd like to start. I don't know if it's best to who can best respond to this question, either the department or the return to work coordinator, Mr. Ruketa. But Mr. Ruketa did talk about the interactive process and that Mr. Maleta did not engage in it or chose not to engage in it. But either way, could someone talk the board through what is the communication protocol? What does the outreach look like? How much time is there to respond? Does it respond in writing and verbally? Could someone talk about what that the communication process surrounding the interactive process looks like?
This is also return to work coordinator.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Cordova.
Hi. So when an employee presents work restrictions and we engage them in the interactive process, we will communicate with them formally and informally. But once we have work restrictions and we go through that process, we'll provide letters to the employee throughout each step of the interactive process. So if they're being temporarily accommodated, what that accommodation looks like and for the duration. If it's a permanent accommodation that needs to be made, what that accommodation will look like, and whether that's in the employee's current position or in a different position. So there are formal communications. In terms of Mr. Maleta's case, we did go back and look at city records, and we were unable to find any record that would indicate that he was engaged in the interactive process. While Mr. Milletta provided that he was working different job duties at the time, our records indicate that he was full duty. He was working full time in his classification, and we don't have any correspondence or any records to indicate that his job was significantly modified prior to his retirement.
So thank you. My question was really more about the communication protocol inviting the applicant to engage in the interactive process. How do we do that in writing? Do we give him so much time to respond? I'm just following up on Mr. Riqueda's statement that he did not engage in it. I'd like to know, and I think maybe the board would like to know that there was a diligence in the process for inviting him and trying to get him to participate.
So again, in Mr. Milletta's case, we don't have any records that he provided us with work restrictions. So we don't have, there would have been no communication to Mr. Milletta because he didn't present the city with work restrictions at that time. If an employee presents work restrictions to the city, we follow up with them typically both ways, in writing and in person. So we will invite them to engage in a return to work meeting, an accommodation meeting to discuss the restrictions and make sure we have all of the information that we need. That's the first step. In Mr. Milletta's case, we didn't have any indication from him that we needed to engage in that process because we didn't have work restrictions for him.
Okay, thank you very much. Would any board members like to ask any additional questions of the witnesses?
This is Trustee Horowitz. I do have a couple of questions.
Yes, Trustee Horowitz.
Just following up on that last comment, whose responsibility would it be to communicate to the city that there are work restrictions? Would that be from the medical personnel who just testified, or from the employee, or what would be the origin of that notification? How would we know that work restrictions are required?
It is the responsibility of the employee to provide the city with any work restrictions that they have. If the work restrictions are provided to them through the workers' compensation process, at times we receive that information directly. If it's from an employee's personal physician, we would have no way of receiving that information unless it's provided by the employee.
And I guess I'm a little confused. So these were events that took place in 2011. It's now 2020. Why exactly is this coming up now?
Trustee Horowitz, Stacy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you address that issue as to the timeline between this situation happening in 2011 and we are dealing with this request now in 2020?
I think primarily we would be kind of looking at the history of the processing of the disability files. First, it was handled by Employee Health Services with Dr. Doss, our medical director, and his assistant Carmi. And some of the retirement services staff worked on it as well. However, Dr. Doss resigned in 2016. As at that time, after about 9 months, we got a new medical advisor on all signed up and ready to go. However, he was on board for a very brief period of time, and then he resigned. And a few months later, Dr. Tierman was kind enough to come out of retirement and offer to help us out part-time. And it took probably, I think, several months for us to get her up and running as well. So because of the turnover, as much as anything, it created some significant delays in the processing of the disability retirement applications.
Thank you, Stacy. Trustee Horowitz, before, so that actually explains part of the timeline. Obviously, I recognize he doesn't explain the full timeline. We're a little bit handicapped because, Stacy was not there when the whole process was initiated. And I would say no one that is actually here today speaking to this matter, with the sections possibly Council Riqueta, know the origins and how this process started. But this is actually the section rather than the rule. The process has been changed over the last couple of years, and we shouldn't see these kind of situations happening going forward, although from time to time, that will be the case. So with that said, Stacy, any idea why it will go from 2011 to like at least 2014 or 15? I mean, that's still about 3 or 4 years. We don't know why it took so long for us to address that issue even before Dr. Das left.
Well, I think there was either some there was some confusion or misunderstanding, but it doesn't. It looked like, from what I observed in the early records, that retirement services relied on the applicant or their attorney to let them know that they were permanent and stationary. And that meant that the medical condition, not much change was expected, and then we could proceed with their file. However, I don't think that all the applicants were aware of this responsibility of theirs. It may have been mentioned once in a letter that went out to them or something, but overall, they weren't aware of this responsibility that was on them to let us know. And I think more than anything, this created some of the earlier delays on the files.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Stacy. So, Trustee Horowitz, I mean, that's a fair question. I had the same one when we saw the case at the committee level some time back. That's as best as we can do to explain the timeline, and other than that explanation, again, thank you, Stacy. All we can say to you and the board is that this will be the exception rather than the rule. Not saying that you may not find another case in the next couple of years that is, 7, 10 years old, but for the most part, all those impediments and communication challenges that we had in the past, that's not the case anymore. So I think if we have any of these cases in the future, will be again the exception rather than the rule.
So I've got a question. So the Disability Committee's position is that it's quite possible that Mr. Milletta was not aware of his responsibility to notify the committee at the time of his retirement. And because he did not, his claim should be dismissed. But the disability is work-related, and there's a question of whether or not he was aware of the process. Is that the sort of the state of affairs that we have?
If I might comment, I respectfully submit that that is not quite the appropriate characterization. And Mr. Milletta more or less said this earlier this morning. Mr. Milletta retired primarily because he had other considerations in mind. He, as he mentioned today, he mentioned then, he was 68, it was time to retire. He'd put in his 15 years, it was time to retire. He knew about the sort of instability in employment when the city was in June of 2011, and he had an appropriate concern for fellow employees, in this case, Steve. Those are the reasons he retired, not because of his disability. And in addition, he did not engage in the interactive process. And notice Ms. Cordova's points, there were no work restrictions in place then. Even though Mr. Milletta was on modified duty for the last couple of years, that there were no work restrictions in place. But it is not solely because of the interactive process, it's because the evidence, I think, fairly shows that Mr. Milletta had other concerns that resulted in his decision to retire in June 2011. But again, the weighing of those is up to the retirement board. I'm sorry, the Board of Administration.
Does he live with your pain?
I am.
Does he live with your pain?
Mr. Ricada, again, I'm not sure who to address, to whom to address this question. But my earlier question about the communication protocol, I'm looking at the packet that we have, and I know that it's not available to the public, but for those of you who do see the packet, page 4 is Mr. Miletta's application for retirement. This is dated. This is dated February of 2011. That's before his retirement date, right? I think he went out in June of 2011. This is dated February 2011, and there is the box that's checked that says disability service connected. So it seems like in some form there was a flag that maybe somebody should have invited him to the interactive process, but this is where I'm not clear about how that works. Could somebody clarify this? Yes, Ms. Cordova?
When an employee is submitting an application for retirement, that's through the retirement process. It's not through the employment process. So again, it would be on the employee to raise the issue to their supervisor, who would then raise the issue to the city's return to work coordinator to engage in an interactive process. But whether an employee selects at that time to apply for disability connected or not, that's their choice at the time of application. It doesn't necessarily trigger the return to work process. And I don't know if Russ would like to speak further on that.
Jay, I mean, this is Roberto. I wonder if the department has any comments. I think Ms. Cordova has made the point that obviously they have been accommodating Mr. Malera. So I don't know if the department, I'm not even sure if the person that is attending the meeting on behalf of the department has information from that time, but I think it would be helpful to hear from them, right? You heard from the return to work coordinator, you heard from our staff, and you heard from the retirement council, but I think it's important to also hear from the department.
Is Ms. Perez still available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah, we have no record of work restrictions at the time of his retirement, and no documentation that his job was being modified at that time. Also, his supervisors from there no longer work for the city, so it's very challenging to find someone who could speak directly to any direct modification maybe the supervisor had made. So I don't have any documentation on that.
Ms. Perez, you were saying that as far as the department knew, he was not on modified duty?
At the time of his retirement, correct.
Okay.
Can I say something, Trustee Jennings?
Yeah, if Trustee Jennings, if you would pause for a moment. I want to put this question out, and then maybe somebody can answer later. But just where I'm getting stuck, and again, it seems like there may be multiple people to answer the question. But I thought I heard Mr. Ricada say early on that the primary reason for denial was that Mr. Miletta did not engage in the interactive process.
I did.
Okay, well, hold on one second, Mr. Miletta. Was that he did not engage in the interactive process. And then when I see the document on page 4 where he checked the disability service connected box on February of 2011, I understand, Ms. Cordova, what you were saying about other departments didn't know, but it seems like if he submitted a document that says he wants to apply for it in February, that there should have been some communication in between the different parties who might participate in this process. Someone should have then maybe called the return to work coordinator or said, oh, there should have been some coordination with the department. And if it's lack of communication on the city side, that's what I want to understand, if it's lack of communication on the city side, or was it that he was explicitly invited and he refused to participate? That's the distinction I guess I'm trying to draw. And then Ms. Perez, the page 6 of that packet is a memo from Lieutenant Alex Wynn, who says Mr. Mileto had been working modified duty in his position since November 17, 2009. I don't know if that is, I know that's not you, Ms. Perez, but I want to know if that had any impact on whether or not the process moved forward on the city side. So again, I don't know who best to answer that question, but it does seem like there's some connecting the dots is not real strong in my mind. But and maybe in the meantime, Trustee Jennings, you can ask your question and then we can circle back to mine. Trustee Jennings. Did we lose Trustee Jennings?
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
I was trying to unmute. It wasn't going there. Jay, so I concur with your questions. I'm very confused. I hear Ms. Perez saying that he wasn't on work restrictions or modified work. Then from what you read, he was on modified work, and he said he was on modified work. So I agree, that confuses me. I'm just confused with that disconnect. And I'd like that to be addressed by whoever. I guess Ms. Perez, since she's the one who said that he wasn't.
At the time that he retired, this is Lisa Perez again. At the time he retired, I was not the personnel commander. I believe it was Alex Nguyen, who's no longer with the city. We were unable to find work restrictions in his file from that time. And that's why I say he was not on modified duty, because we could not locate in his file where he had those work restrictions. Unfortunately, this is some time ago.
No, I understand this. Whereas, oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Jennings, did you have a follow-up?
Let me ask one more thing. Yeah. So since I know the city a bit, would it have been in his PeopleSoft records?
We do not track.
And was that
that
checked?
in PeopleSoft? Yeah. Yes, PeopleSoft we check, but we do not track that information in PeopleSoft.
So you don't track the information, and the idea is that we don't have any record because we don't track it.
No, I'm sorry. We do not track it in PeopleSoft.
Yeah, that was a specific systems question, Trustee Keller. Okay, so there was nothing in his personnel record, so you know that could have, but he said he was on modified, and Trustee Castellera was saying that there is records that said he was on modified. Am I mistaken on that last part?
There is a memo in the packets on page 6 from Lieutenant Wynn that says he was on modified duty, dated August 2, 2011.
This is Catherine.
Okay, so it appears to me. Go ahead.
Can
can I add something to that memo? The memo does not have any approval signature, does not have any approval record. So it's a blank memo. So how can we really rely on that memo? This is the
Trustee
question.
Sun, you said it didn't have what? Could you repeat that, please?
That memorandum does not have any approval. It's a
Oh, it's not signed.
it's not signed memo. Can we rely on that?
Good
I think
question.
signed or unsigned is kind of irrelevant to the point that, you know, this whole record keeping issue is sort of a bigger issue, right? I mean, I think I heard as normal, you have HR staff and all sorts of staff turnover. The fact that there's no record keeping paper trail, that's just what it is, right? We can't uncover or change that at this point.
That's correct. But then it becomes a debatable item. It becomes he says, she says.
Oh, no,
So I
I'm
don't
agreeing
know.
with you. I'm agreeing with you on the fact that it is a he said, she said, like that. The issue that we're dealing with is Mr. Maleta, and then it's wrapped up in this other structural issue, which maybe we should take a look at, is whether the record keeping is at where it stands, where it should be, right, for staff. Because I feel like this is the second or third time I've heard about interactive process. And so I'm going to stop for a second and just ask Ms. Cordova, what is, can you sort of frame out what the process would look like for return to work coordinating procedures to kick off?
Sure. So I briefly mentioned this earlier. If an employee presents work restrictions to the city, so a doctor's note that indicates that they have either temporary or permanent work restrictions, that triggers the beginning of an interactive process. And so at that time, the department liaison will contact the city's return to work coordinator. We'll schedule an interactive process meeting, review the doctor's restrictions with the employee. And if we have questions, we'll ask the employee to seek clarification from their doctor. If we don't have questions and we're able to proceed with the interactive process, let's say that we identify an accommodation for the employee, then we'll formalize that communication in a letter to the employee stating what the accommodation is, the duration of the accommodation, and confirming the restrictions that we have on file at that time for the employee. If it's a permanent accommodation, that's usually where it ends once we find a permanent accommodation. If it's temporary, each time the restrictions change, we'll engage in the same process with the employee.
That sounds reasonable and fair. And so are we, to the best of our knowledge with the data available, we're saying that Mr. Maleta declined to participate or was not brought to the table for such? And is that the fact that we just don't know?
This is Lisa Perez. Could I just clarify? And maybe I haven't been clear. At the time of retirement, we did not have any record of work restrictions and he was on full duty. There was a time where he was on modified duty. From our records, I show that from, it looks like November 17th in 2009 to January 26, 2010, he was on modified duty. And as of January 26, 2010, he was released to full duty. And until the time he retired in June of 2011, he was on full duty and not modified duty according to our records. So at the time of retirement, we had no work restrictions for him, and we wouldn't have engaged him in an interactive process because we didn't have work restrictions on file.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay.
So
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. I agree.
And so Ms. Perez or staff, while there is, well, obviously police has records saying that he was not on modified duty, we do have the memo it's in our packet that says he was on modified duty. And so Mr. Rikita, your recommendation to deny the application request, it assumes what? What's in the packet? or do you also separately know about what's in the department files?
As we've indicated in the memo to the board, what was presented to the committee was that he was on full duty as of June 2011, that he did not have work restrictions as of June 2011, and that he had other personal reasons why he retired for service rather than seeking to continue his employment with the city by seeking another position.
And Mr. Ricardo, how did that memo on page 6, how did that figure into
Right there.
your
2009,
consideration?
2011.
I'm sorry, it's not actually page 6, it's page 13 of the 364 pages. How did that memo fit into your thinking? Because what you're saying is not what this memo says.
Well, he had, even if it was, we're hearing, I think, some more helpful information from Perez that I don't recall being presented to the committee. I think the committee was under the assumption that he was continuing to work in a permanent modified duty position as an alarm tech, and that position was being eliminated in on or about June 2011. But even as to that permanent modified duty position, there was still an obligation to see if there was some other position in the job, in the alarm tech classification, or if that classification was being eliminated and sort of consolidated with another job classification, whether there were positions in that job classification that could accommodate his permanent modifications. I think that's what was before the committee. Now, Ms. Perez is now providing very relevant information that was not before the committee, but is now before you. But even as to the committee, the point was that even if there were modifications that had been accommodated on a permanent basis by the department, there was still an obligation to see if there are other positions in the city that could accommodate those permanent modifications. Mr. Milletta was aware that he had those modifications. He could have sought to see if there were such positions. And apparently and in the context of what Mr. Milletta told us both then and now, is that there were other reasons why he left.
Right.
So, could I please circle back to the question I posed earlier? Can anyone definitively say whether or not, especially given the application form that's on page 11 of the packet that Mr. Milletta completed in February of 2011, can anyone definitively say that Mr. Milletta was invited to participate in a process and he refused, or because intuitively, without being intimate with this process, I would think that by virtue of Mr. Milletta submitting this form 4 months before retirement and checking the box that says disability service connected retirement, that should have been a flag that more conversation needed to occur with him. And as somebody who hasn't gone, someone goes through retirement once, right? And he wouldn't know all of the specific paperwork that he needed to submit, but he did check the form or check the box on the form. So I'm trying to understand, are we saying definitively that he was invited and he did not chose not to participate, or did it just administratively something fell through the cracks?
Well, Mr. Chair, though this is perhaps more in Mr. Pena's sphere, but I think you're asking for a very significant alteration of the retirement process. Checking the box merely helps staff know what to do with respect to retirement matters. And that's a long and lengthy and intricate process. Now, and notice the responsibilities of the retirement staff under the municipal code have nothing to do with this return to work process. That's a whole separate process. And it seems odd to think that the retirement board should interfere in that. Now you could say, oh, all you're asking is a phone call. Though notice the complexity, if you sort of think through what that phone call would entail. The retirement board doesn't know anything about this application. Um, and to serve, and it's hard to know what they even could ask that would be germane to this. There's a whole separate, elaborate, integrated process independent of the retirement system that really the retirement system shouldn't be involved with at all anyway. And instead, though we don't have any of the actors, Mr. Miletta was probably a valued employee. They modified his duty because they wanted to keep him. But apparently his duty, then according to Ms. Perez, no longer had to be modified. But there was obviously coordination, of which we know nothing, between his immediate supervisor and other supervisors. If he felt it was a family, they probably felt it was a family. And there was close coordination. And he was not just abandoned for his own, to just fend for himself. But he had to ask some questions. And those, and he had to indicate a desire to continue to work for the city in some capacity. And frankly, I don't think that was done in any realistic sense. But to answer your question, I think it is more likely than not that no one, that there was not any retirement board outreach to either the department or Mr. Miletta with respect to any return to work issues or involvement in the interactive process.
And Mr. Creda, am I correct that you did say earlier that the key reason for denying this was that he did not participate in the process?
I don't recall what I said. I guess whatever the tape recording, there's a number of very important reasons here. And not trying to see if there's another job is one of those important reasons. But there are other important reasons here. Mr. Miletta has been very candid and frank about those reasons. Now, it's obviously your discretion, and you have the discretion to weigh those reasons, but those reasons are also worthy of consideration. They are not insignificant reasons, and they seem to play a very significant role in the motivations that led Mr. Miletta to retire for service. And
Mr. Pena.
Jay, this is Roberto. I just wanted to sort of hopefully bring this discussion to a point where we feel that, discussion, a decision can be made. Let me just start by saying that what you are going through, I suspect most of the trustees struggle on this particular question that you asked, is the same one that the committee went through. I think the answer to your question, bottom line is, it doesn't appear that there was any interaction process initiated anywhere. Now, having said that, I just want to echo the words, or at least reschedule or just mention what Lisa Perez from the police department just shared with the board. If I took the notes, if I got it correctly, there was modified duty for Mr. Miletta from November 2009 to January 2010. And then from 2010 all the way to his retirement on June 2011, he was released to full duty. I believe that's what she said, Ms. Perez. If I'm mistaken, please correct me. But if that is true, I don't believe there will be, at that particular time, after being released to full duty for a year and a half before retirement, any kickoff or any reason for anyone to kick off any discussions of interactive process. And I'm not defending anyone. I'm just saying that's probably the main reason why there was not an interactive process at the time. I also want to echo the words by counsel that Mr. Maleta obviously had made a decision to retire, and I think by his own statements was not really looking to continue working with the city, which is a critical issue, I think as well. And I just want to remind everyone, and you probably know this, Jay, but I'm not sure if you were still at the city at the time. 2011 was a very challenging year for the city because there was, given the financial downturn of 2008 and 9, I believe in the 10-11 fiscal year, that's when all the issues with the city and retirements and laying off members, active staff of the city took place. So again, I was not at that time at the city. I understand it was a very difficult time. And what makes this really difficult is twofold. Number one, how truthful is Mr. Maleta on his comments? He's very forthcoming and very truthful about it. And the fact that, in fact, there is a disability issue, right, where he's impacted his shoulders, and we are, I think Dr. Chirman indicated, we recognize that that's the case. So that's what made this case so much more challenging. I can tell you, ultimately, is at your board discretion. I can tell you that at the committee level, one of the issues that I considered to recommend denial was the fact that at the end of the day, by his statements, he was looking to leave the city at that point. He had been released to full duty for the last year and a half, which would have not kick off any conversation of interactive process. And that's what really tilted the decision for me. But you have heard considerable statements and information from a lot of different witnesses, and it's to your discretion, what are the key issues here and where you're going to end up on your decision. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. And as I understand, Mr. Pena, there is a point where I would close the hearing for board deliberation.
That is correct, yes.
And that means at that point, we're not going to be hearing from all the witnesses anymore. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Unless during the deliberation, there is a question where any of the trustees are looking for some clarification on a question, yes, you could ask a question.
Okay. Well, shall we move to close the hearing? Any objection to closing the hearing for board deliberation?
I put a motion.
Before you put the
Trustee
motion
Jennings,
forward,
I put a motion.
before you put the motion forward, Trustee Jennings, let me close the hearing for board deliberation. All right, so I'm going to do that now. Close the hearing for board deliberation, and Trustee Jennings, please.
I put a motion forward to hear this. I mean, to make a deliberation.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think we need a motion for that, but I think we can just.
Oh, you don't. Oh.
Yeah.
Now we just.
Now, yeah. Now it's our discussion, and
is that right?
see if anyone has any suggestions of how moving forward.
So this is Trustee Horowitz. Clearly, there seems. I mean, we have a problem of a lack of paperwork, a lack of documentation. But the one clear piece of documentary evidence we have is that checkbox where he is filing for a disability retirement. And it's not clear to me that the follow-up procedures to that were necessarily followed. It's not that he refused to participate in a process while employed. It was, why didn't we make the judgment about the disability at the time he applied for disability? And I acknowledge that he may have articulated many reasons for retirement, but he did check that box that it was a disability retirement. There's lots of reasons why I do lots of things, and there's lots of things going on in my mind. But if I say I feel disabled, then that should have initiated the disability retirement evaluation at that time.
I
Am
would agree in a perfect world, but I guess I want to restate again, and Roberto said it, and Ms. Perez said it. You know, the disability was in place, a modified work was in place, and then at the time of submitting for retirement, Mr. Mileta was on full duty, and somewhere that disconnect occurred. I can't put as much weight onto this, although I'd like to, the checkbox on the disability service, because when people fill out forms, it's just, you know, it's a lot, it's easy to make an error. So I can't, at least that's my, I can't base a lot on this, although I do feel that that was the intention to convey disability service.
Yeah, I also am looking at the letter from Lieutenant Nguyen that says he was on modified duty. And so I think that there's a...
Well, he was. He was between November 17th, 2009 to January 26th, 2010. So I don't have that in front of me. Is that past that date?
Mr. Mileta had been working modified duty in his position since November 17, 2009, prior to his retirement, June 30, 2011.
Right.
I think Mr.
so-
Perez had clarified earlier that date's not accurate. So his modified duty lasted until 2010. Beyond a certain date, 2010, to prior to his retirement, he was on full duty. You know, in time, because he applied for retirement when he was on full duty, there was no reason to kick off a disability retirement discussion at that time. The process may not be perfect, but that's the process in place. Unless somebody is retiring with a modified duty, I don't think the city needs to actively engage in any kind of disability retirement discussion at that time. That's how I understand.
Trustee Sun, just for my clarification, could you repeat that last sentence that you said?
My understanding after hearing all those discussions is that unless somebody was on modified duty at the time of retirement, there is no reason for the city to engage in any disability retirement discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well. I agree.
I heard that as well. And the other thing I would say is that it is very standard when people hit 15 years, and especially whatever their age, and they're past 55, that a lot of people retire because as a tier 1 employee, you retire with full benefits for yourself and your family. And at 68, hitting 15 years is an important time mark. So it sounds to me, as the record is, he was off modified. He hit his 15 years. He saw the city was in bad times, and he retired. And hitting the box, following it through, not just checking the box, but you really do need to follow it through. So anyhow.
For me personally, I don't feel ready to make a decision about this one today. I see the checkbox on there. I think that when he checks that 4 months before retirement, that should be a trigger to the system that there needs to be some follow-up to see if the to invite him to the interactive process. And I'm not seeing that. I think again, I'm certainly not blaming anybody. It just seems that process-wise, that should have been a trigger for the interactive process. And then we do seem to have at this point a couple of conflicting statements. One is this memo that's in the packet from Lieutenant Nguyen, and then we also have Ms. Perez's departmental records. They are different, and me personally, I'd like to have this come back to us. I think that if it comes back to us with a recommendation, with the same recommendation, I'm fine. But as a matter of process, I see in the information in front of us, it's there's conflicting information that could have the board decide to go one way or the other, depending on what the resolution is. I'd like to see a recommendation come back to us that reconciles this. The board shouldn't have to reconcile this. I think that should be reconciled before it comes to the board for a decision.
Yeah.
I personally like to see it come back to us, but I'm happy to entertain motion second by the board members if you all are ready to move forward.
Yeah, before we do that, I'd also be interested in whether or not the city has actually reached out to any of the employees that were there at the time, such as Lieutenant Nguyen, to find out whether or not there were restrictions in place. Just how much outreach have they done? They said that the lieutenant has left, the city is no longer employed, but did they call her or him? What has the city done to try and fill in the holes in the record keeping?
Yes. Yeah, and that's not something we can do today. Again, I think that question makes sense, and that's part of what I'd like to hear back. But are any of the board members wanting to put forward a motion to act today? As I was suggesting that it come back to us, I can see Mr. Pena's head nodding no, and I'd like to know what that's about.
I personally would put a motion forward to, I'm ready to vote, but that's me. So I've put a motion to put it to the board now. I think I've heard enough, but that's me. So if anybody wants to second that.
What is your?
Should I do a better words? I would put forward a motion to put this to a vote today.
But is it to vote? Is your motion to deny or approve the disability retirement?
Oh, my motion is to deny.
Okay. We have a motion by Trustee Jennings to deny the disability retirement. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Trustee Sun seconds that. So,
We'll pursue it again.
so for discussion, Mr. Pena, could you let me know why you're nodding no?
Oh, so we struggle with this just as the board is, again, for many reasons. But let me just say on the side, you're going to have a lot of other situations in the future where you're going to have conflicting information and data, and you have to still make decisions. I think it came down to the committee was looking at the data at the time, and as forthcoming as Mr. Maleta was, and he's very truthful in his statements, we were relying on the fact that he was on full duty for a long time before. This is the records at the department. I'm not saying now. I can't speak for if there were some arrangements between yourself, Mr. Maleta, and your supervisor. I am not aware of that. I think to remember that there may have been some arrangements between yourself, but again, we have to go with what is in the record. And again, Ms. Perez just indicated full duty from January 2010 to retirement in June 11. Again, if there was some understanding between yourself and your supervisor at the time that you are not required to do some duties, I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm just saying in terms of actual documentation, that's not what we have, which I'm guessing is also the reason why the interactive process never took off. So because
Mr. Pena, as you say that, what's in you said we need to go with what's on the record, but yeah, we do have a memo in the packet from Lieutenant Nguyen.
But I believe that, so wasn't that the question that Mr. Kehler also asked? I don't have it in front of me. I'm afraid to look for it and get kicked off of the Zoom meeting. But does it say that, I mean, does it say
The memo says Mr. Mileta had been working modified duty in his position since November 17, 2009, prior to his retirement, June 30th, 2011.
Okay, but Ms. Perez just indicated that that was the date on November 2009, but it was only through January 27, 2010.
That's right. Yeah, that's correct. So that's what, and that's why I'm saying that that's a, and Ms. Perez's records are not in the packet, and I welcome them in the packet. But what is in the packet is this memo from Lieutenant Nguyen, and this is the kind of reconciliation I'd like to see before it comes to the board. And it's very difficult for the board to deal with it on this day, and we're already.
We actually at the committee level also had a department representative at the meeting. I don't recall if it was actually Ms. Perez. I believe she was, but I'm not completely sure. So we may have asked specific questions at the time. This is really the board's decision. You were asking me to sort of rephrase what was the rationale for the committee. I think, you have a motion on the table, so I suspect that you're going to go through the votes. But if the motion fails and the board direction, which will certainly take, is to come back, I will recommend that the board provide us very specific direction on what is it that you're looking for, and also remind you that we have done extensive investigation to see what records are there, and so I'm suspecting there's not going to be anything much more information. But if what you're looking is to reconcile that memo that was not signed, which I cannot explain why it made it to the file, with the records that Ms. Perez just shared with us now, we certainly can do that and add Ms. Perez's records and bring it back. But short of that, I would really respectfully request that the board provides very specific direction so that we're clear what exactly you're looking for to bring the item back to your board.
Okay. Other discussions before we call for the vote?
Trustee Horowitz.
Yes, Trustee Horowitz.
At risk of elongating our deliberations even further, I mean, it does seem that certain facts are in dispute. We have this memo that is unsigned, but it seems to indicate one thing, and then the records from Ms. Perez another. I guess one question firstly is the only way to retire with disability is to be on restricted duty at the time of retirement? Is that the only way one can retire with disability? And if so, then what is the purpose of the checkbox on the form?
I think so. I mean, the disability guidelines are within the packet provided to us, right?
Yes, and there's a requirement. You need to do it at the time that you're considering retirement or within a specific timeline. I'm a little iffy in the timelines because it changes a little bit between police and fire and federated, and there have been some changes recently. But there is a timeline after retirement that you can file for disability, and it will only be entertained if it's proved that, in fact, you were disabled even after you retire. But it cannot be, a year, 2, 3 years later. I think for Federated, and Stacy, please correct me if I'm mistaken, is it still 4 months? Is it a year? I don't recall the timeline for Federated.
It's still 4 months. The
4
one
months, right?
year, the 1 year applies to police and fire professionals, and the 4 months applies to the federated staff.
Yes, and I just, you know, and I'm not, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Madera is not disabled. There's a difference between being disabled and be found to be disabled on a service-connected basis. If you're going to go through the disability process, you are going to check out that box. That's the whole point. If you're going to be going through the process, it's because you believe you are disabled. So once you file, that box is going to be checked all the time. Yet we don't find everyone to be disabled on a service-connected basis.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, and the point I'm trying to draw out is whether or not he was on a restricted service at the time of retirement may not be that material. What is material is whether he was applying for a disability retirement. He could apply. One could successfully apply for disability retirement and not be on restricted duty at the time of retirement. Is that true?
I normally,
yes.
Normally it's not.
You
Go
have
ahead,
to
Ross.
be incapacitated as of the, in this case, the date you retire for service. So if you're asking whether there also has to be work restrictions, not necessarily. You could think of hypotheticals where you've just been maimed, or you've just that day had such a traumatic on-the-job injury that you're never coming back. So in that case, there are never going to be work restrictions. And of course, it'd be futile. There'd be no requirement to go through any kind of interactive process. But that's a very rare situation. Again, remember, retirement, I mean, the two processes are so dissimilar. I think it is a grave, it is not helpful to think that the retirement process is part of or allied with the return to work process. They're distinct and separate, and perhaps, but I'm just repeating myself. It is difficult to see what retirement could do. It gets many applications, many of which are service retirement. They have a process that takes a long time that involves eventually Dr. Tierman. It involves the gathering of all the relevant medical records, and then involves review by Dr. Tierman, perhaps referral out to an IME. All that takes a long measured time so that there can be the relevant material assembled so that a reasoned recommendation can come before you. That's what retirement does. It does not have a role in the return to work process. Now, at the present time, you have before you a determination by Dr. Tierman that, in fact, Mr. Milletta did have work restrictions in June 2011. In one sense, it's of historical interest only whether at that time there were work restrictions issued by a workers' comp doctor. It appears that there weren't, but maybe there's a conflict in the evidence there. But Dr. Tierman has told you that there would have been work restrictions. And Dr. Tierman has also told you that those did arise out of his employment. So as I understand the issue before you, you have to decide whether, based on the facts presented to you, whether you believe he retired because for disability, whether he retired for other reasons. And then one associated element of that then, or slightly separate, is whether he was required to see if there were other jobs in his job class for which he could have continued to work. So there's sort of the two elements, but I myself think you can weigh the evidence before you now and say, you know, yes, I believe Ms. Perez, and that he didn't seek further employment with the city, and he should have, and therefore he's not incapacitated. Or you could reject that. Then you have before you the evidence that he perhaps retired for reasons totally unrelated or primarily unrelated to his disability, and so deny his application. Or you could decide that evidence is not persuasive and therefore grant the application. I hope those comments are helpful.
Trustee Horowitz, did you have any
Yeah,
additional questions?
Yes, my only other question maybe is directed to our counsel, and that is, what is the standard of proof or evidence here? Is it the preponderance of evidence? Is it beyond a reasonable doubt? Because that will figure heavily in my vote.
Excuse me, Jay.
Is Jenny still on?
She had a meeting at 10 o'clock.
Yes, I didn't know if she came back.
I'm looking right now for the list of people that are in. I don't see her name on their participants, Chair Castellanos. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to address that, even though that's really not normally within my scope? But if no one else, I think the answer is clear and not controversial. And I don't mean to overstep the bounds of my engagement to answer it, but if it would be helpful, I would be.
Okay.
The standard is preponderance of the evidence. It is not anything like clear and convincing. Mr. Mileta bears the burden of persuasion as to whether or not that standards have been met, but really it's ultimately up to the board to just decide where it thinks the weight of the evidence comes out on these issues.
Okay. Other discussion?
I'm sorry, Jay, can I say something?
Yes, Dr. Chairman.
I just want to bring up one point, that you have to remember that Mr. Mileta had 3 workers' compensation cases going. And I've been scrolling through the medical record, and in 2010, he was declared permanent stationary with no work restrictions for the back. And that could be where that other memo came from. So it was closed for the back with no work restrictions, but there were work restrictions for the shoulder. And it gets confusing even for HR personnel when you have multiple workers' compensation cases coming. And I don't want to say this is for sure, but I think it's important to bring it up because it's right at the time where they say he's not working modified duty.
That's extremely helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chairman. Okay, any other discussion before we call for the vote? All right, we have a.
Can I say so?
Yes, Mr. Mileta. Mr.
Yes,
Mileta.
yeah, well, you know, I have a memo in front of me, and it says here, work-related restrictions, no prolonged or repetitive work arms overhead, okay? That was my work restrictions, because and on the bottom line, as an alarm technician, classification requires the ability to lift up to 40 pounds. I was only qualified to pick up to 20, 25 pounds. And I was not permitted to work over my head because I could re-injure my arm, okay? And in 2000, and I want to say that I was on work restrictions from November 17, 2009 to June 30th, 2011. And this is from Lieutenant Alex Nugent, okay? 2902, that was his badge number. I have that in front of me, okay? And I did have work restrictions, and I did apply for other jobs. There was no other jobs available to suit my needs. So the city modified my job to suit me, to keep me on. That's why I stayed 15 years. I wanted to get I applied for disability retirement. They denied it. So I says, okay, I'll work my 15 years. What am I going to do? I worked in pain for 15 years. I mean, not 15 years, but I worked in pain up until the day I retired. I retired because I couldn't do it anymore. I didn't want to injure my shoulder anymore. I was just going to go home. And like we said, this is retirement life. I'm going to sit down and watch the grass grow. And that's what I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maleta.
Would they rather?
Any other discussion by board public?
They do the
All right,
paper.
let's call for the vote. I'm going to do this by roll call. Vice Chair Chandra?
So can you, the specific motion is to
yes,
deny?
I'm sorry. Yes, the motion on the floor is to deny the disability retirement application. The motion was by Trustee Jennings, and the second was by, I'm sorry, can someone remind me who was the second by? Michelle and Marty will need to know.
Sun, Trustee Sun.
Trustee Sun, okay, thank you. All right. Vice Chair Chandra?
Yeah, I thank everyone for the lengthy conversation and discussion back and forth. And even though I didn't specifically participate, I paid close attention and listened to everything. And I personally feel there's enough ambiguity in this particular situation. I've heard so many of these now, and I always find the stories to be heart-wrenching. And I always try and separate my heart from my mind in making these determinations. And I think by and large, I have supported the recommendations that we've been given. But in this case, I can't vote yes to deny. I'm going to say no. I will not support the motion.
Okay,
I think there's too much ambiguity.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chandra. Trustee Horowitz?
Yes, I also feel the record is sufficiently ambiguous. I cannot vote aye, I vote nay.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings?
I vote yes. I vote for the motion. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Kelleher?
I think that there's a great deal of ambiguity. I'm also very skeptical of the city's position of relying on fractured records and procedures. So I vote nay.
Thank you, Trustee Kelleher. Trustee Orr?
I vote nay.
Thank you, Trustee Orr. Trustee Sun?
I need to revise my determination on this matter because Dr. Tierman's further evidence is causing more doubts in my mind because she said he had 3 workers' comp cases ongoing in the time, and the only one resolved was the lower back. Then lower back, he may not have any work restriction related to a lower back, but he may continue to have a work restriction related to his shoulders. So in light of that, I don't think that there is sufficient evidence for me to make a decision at this time. Can I abstain?
Mr. Pena?
Yes, Trustee Sun, she can stay.
Yes.
Abstain, okay.
Yes, you can.
I also vote no because of the ambiguity. So that motion fails on a 5-1 vote with 1 abstention. Mr. Pena, you asked for something specific for when this returns. I think the 3 things I noted was 1, the reconciliation between the checkbox and that there was no follow through on his indication back in February. There is the reconciliation between Lieutenant Wynn's memo and the departmental records. And then this last point that Dr. Shearman raised about multiple disabilities and whether or not there was something in place as of his retirement date, not the back, but the shoulders.
Thank you. I have to say, I wanted to mention that when the disability application was accepted back in 2011, there was a letter that was sent out from our office to his department. All I'm saying is this is a standard operating procedures. So at least at that point, the department knew that he has filed for the service connected disability. Again, I'm not sure what kind of interaction happens between the department and the members. I suspect today it will be different, but we will go back to the department. I mean, to the committee. I just want and we will try to find whatever information relevant to the questions that were asked. But I want to caution you, there's a good chance that not much more is forthcoming. So you could find yourself again dealing with this issue without having all the information that you're looking for. In fact, I think some of the questions that were asked were addressed today, and I don't think there's going to be any further information to be provided. But nevertheless, that is your direction. We will take it back to the committee and bring it back as soon as possible. So thank you very much.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair,
Mr. Requeda.
I would suggest that perhaps, I understand your position and you made it very clear that, that you'd like just further information, but there still might be a board majority in favor of another motion granting the application. For what it's worth, in my experience, it is very difficult to recreate all of the information and context and points and discussions when this might come back to you in, say, 6 months after a disability committee and then eventually come back. It is very, very difficult to recreate everything. And I certainly don't mean to be denying your role as the chair or the discretion of the board to have this referred back to the disability committee, but it might perhaps be helpful for the overall processing or operation of the board to just see if there's a motion to grant it. That and the mere fact that it doesn't pass today doesn't interfere with the ability of the board to refer it back to the disability committee.
Chairman Castellano, can I please make a comment at this stage?
Yes, please, Vice Chair Chandra.
What I'd like to say is, I think the recommendation that you made, which was to send it back for more informational clarity for the board to be able to make a more informed decision, was a good one. If we're being instructed that that will be too difficult to do, we have two choices: sort of to just ask for it anyway, and then take the risk that we come back to this same conversation without greater clarity at a later date, or we listen now to the recommendation that there may not be more clarity, and we do try. If someone makes a motion to support the claims for disability. And I just wanted to mention that we can come to whatever determination we want on that question. But if it's helpful for me, if ambiguity remains, I will be in favor of disability. I don't think it's fair that the retiree should have to bear the burden. And has been accurately stated, the standard is a preponderance of the evidence. And so if we can't go back and recreate the record, if we can't go back and do things differently, obviously we can't go back and do things differently. For me personally, ambiguity, they say in baseball, tie goes to the runner. And for me, it would be in the favor of the retiree. So we can choose to try and do that work to get the clarity. If we're being told that the clarity will just not be available upon further review, then I just wanted to indicate where I'm sitting right now, if it helps someone decide to make a motion now or to send it back for further review.
Yeah, I would agree that it's going to be very difficult to probably get more information. And so I would actually motion that we approve the disability.
Okay.
If I could say something, I think that I understand there might be difficult to get the record more clear, but I would like to asked Mr. Perez to find her department record to see what was included in the department record at the time of retirement regarding any information regarding work restrictions. Yes, she said there are some work restrictions prior to 2010. I'd like to see what the work restriction was. So it will helpful for me to make a decision. If we are trying to push him forward, I have to say right now I don't have enough information to make a decision. I would have to abstain again. But if that's okay with everybody, we can go ahead.
So we do have another motion on the table to approve the disability retirement. Is there a second for that?
Trustee Orr, I second.
Yes. Trustee Orr seconds that motion. Any other discussion? My opinion is that really the same reason I didn't want to vote for the denial. I just feel like there is ambiguity. There are conflicting parts of the record, and as I mentioned before, I'm happy. I'm accepting if it came back to deny again, but just as a matter of process, a decision-making process, I feel like the conflicting evidence should be some effort to reconcile that again. Just as Mr. Or Trustee Kelleher mentioned, can we do one phone call out to Lieutenant Nguyen to get a clarification on it? Maybe he can't be reached, and we're left back right where we're at today. But again, as a matter of process, I would feel better if we had done that outreach. Same thing if there is anything else to be had with regard to the form, the fact that he checked the form, but yet there was no follow through. I think it's, frankly, I think it's an unfair burden on the retiree to expect that he knows exactly what papers need to be filed. And for that reason, as Vice Chair Chandra mentioned, I would say a tie goes to the runner. I think he has done his part to initiate the conversation by having checked the form. So, but again, those are things I'd feel more comfortable voting if I know we tried to reconcile those things too. So I don't feel prepared to vote for the motion to approve, same as I didn't feel comfortable with the motion to deny. So any other discussion before we call for a vote? Okay, I'm going to do a roll call vote on the motion to approve the disability retirement. Vice Chair Chandra?
I vote aye.
Okay, Trustee Horowitz?
I also vote aye.
Trustee Jennings?
I vote no.
Trustee Kelleher?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Trustee Orr?
Aye.
Trustee Sun?
Abstain.
And I vote no on that. So that motion carries on a 4-2 vote with one abstention. Congratulations, Mr. Maleta. Anything else on this one before we move on, Mr. Pena?
No, I appreciate your board taking the time for deliberation. Mr. Maleta's staff will be in contact with you shortly for the process of what the next step will be. So Stacy will be reaching out to you. And I think that's it. I don't have any other comments. So thank you, Mr. Maleta, for taking the time and being here this morning, and for the board for the deliberation on this particular issue. Thank you.
Yes, thanks to all the staff and the consultants for helping us through this. Okay, next on the agenda is the consent calendar. The consent calendar includes the approval of service retirements, approval of deferred vested approval of board minutes, approval of return of contributions, acceptance of communications information reports, approval of travel conference attendance, and report out of closed session. Could I please have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
So motion by trustee Kelleher.
Thank you, trustee Kelleher, for the motion.
Seconded.
Seconded by trustee Horowitz. We need to do the roll call vote again, please. Vice Chair Chandra.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Horowitz.
Aye.
Trustee Jennings.
Aye.
Trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Trustee Orr.
Aye.
Trustee Sun.
Aye.
I also vote aye. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next is item 3, death and survivorship notifications. At this point, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for all those who have served the city and recently passed.
I'm done. Stacy, you're going to be okay.
Vito, you can leave
Thank
the
you,
meeting
everybody.
now.
Next is item 4, investments. 4A is the oral update by the CEO, Mr. Palani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, trustees. Hope you had a good month off. Thank you for making time for that special meeting a few weeks ago.
Yes.
It's going to be a short investment agenda. We will hear from Makita in a few minutes. But before we do that, I just wanted to share some information. We have some preliminary performance information for the last fiscal year ending June 30th. And these are close to being final. And so it might be off by a few basis points, but more or less accurate. And so I feel confident sharing this information. And so the quarter to date, so as you all know, just a step back, we've had pretty volatile markets. The first quarter, there was a huge meltdown in the market, which is pandemic related. And in fact, we saw the swiftest bear market in history. In 12 days, there was a bear market. And of course, the Fed then came out and supported the market. And we found there was a quick rebound in the second quarter. And the board will recall that it moved very quickly to increase its equity allocation, risk growth assets. And so that paid off. So the second quarter, the fund actually returned 11.1%. So I realize it's a very unusual quarter. We're not always going to see quarters where we have double-digit returns, but that was quite gratifying to note. So we returned 11.1% versus the policy benchmark of 10.1%. And that put us in the 29th percentile of all funds for the quarter. It gets even better. So for the fiscal year, we returned 3.6% versus the investment policy benchmark of 3.1%. And that's for the entire 12 months ending June 30th, which put us in the 14th percentile of our peers. And it gets even better from here. Calendar year to date, we returned a negative 1%. That's because we lost a lot in the first quarter, gained it in the second quarter, but it was July before the market recouped all its losses. As of June 30th, calendar year return was 1%, negative 1%, investment policy benchmark was negative 1.8%. And our performance calendar year to date put us in the first percentile of all peers, greater than 1 billion. And
wow. Congratulations.
Congratulations, yeah.
I told my Makita that there are 71 peers, and that's sort of a growing database, but that's pretty robust. And I have to, just to give you some perspective, our 10-year number is we are in the bottom 1 percentile. We are in the 99th percentile, and so is our 5-year number. So this is a dramatic turnaround for the funds, and full kudos to the board for acting very, very quickly in March and April. And in fact, our calculations show that because we revised our strategic asset allocation, we actually added an additional 2.6% last quarter, which is pretty it's a pretty big number, considering that Federated pension plan is over $2 billion. Now, is the market ahead of itself? Possibly. There was an interesting article in the Wall Street Journal yesterday that the market is exuberant, but not in a bubble. And of course, people can write all sorts of things to justify valuations. But we did increase our risk at the right time, and that's paid off for us. And in July, again, I have estimates for July. In July, the fund was actually up 3.75%. So calendar year to date through June was -1, but that was erased. And year to date through the end of July, the fund was actually up 2.77%. So dramatic turnaround considering where we were in March. And again, our peer relative performance has been, I don't know if it can get any better than first percentile, but we'll take it when we have it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn this over to Laura. Laura may have some comments on the market and performance in general, but also she has another agenda item going over private markets. But before that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Let me just also echo some other people, say congratulations on anticipating and getting the board well prepared back in March to react to this alpha opportunity, which we were able to take advantage of. So thank you to you and your staff. Make sure that you share that with them.
Thank you, Trustee Chandra.
Yes, very great.
Let me also congratulate you on the market timing. Of course, I get a phone call at this one moment. Do you have any idea of what our funded ratio is now as a result of these fantastic results?
Actually, Trustee Horowitz, I don't have that number yet, but I think before our offsite in September, we probably will have some better numbers. The funded ratio, of course, may not have improved dramatically because we do have a bogey of 6.75%. We don't expect to hit that every year. There will be some years when we fall short, some years when we do better. But this is, what I shared was absolute returns as well as peer relative performance.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Polani?
I have one.
Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you.
Yes.
Prabhu, would you send me an email with what you just shared with the board so that I can share that with the council? And
Absolutely.
I'm guessing you probably have the same numbers for police and fire. So if you want to send them both to me and Pam, that would be fantastic.
We'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. We're going to move on to 4B, presentation of calendar fourth quarter 2019 private markets report by Mikita. Hello, Laura.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your July hiatus. I just wanted to make a few quick comments on the market environment before jumping into the private markets report. I think the theme that we're seeing recently in terms of the market is we call it what pandemic. We're now above our market highs from February 19th, which was the pre-pandemic high. That's despite, significant new unemployment claims. Today, we saw a new number of 1.1 million, and they've been sort of stubbornly high and continuing. We have sort of a slowing recovery, and as you all know, virus spikes that have slowed reopenings, especially of things like schools that might allow more economic growth. There's been no additional stimulus from the government yet, even though a lot of folks think it's likely to come. And then it feels sort of increasingly unbalanced. Certain sectors of the economy, many of which you all are intimately familiar with because of where you're located, are doing, are experiencing outsized gains relative to others that aren't doing as well. So a lot of gains are concentrated in some big names. For example, Apple is now valued at over $2 trillion. So there's no telling how this all plays out. I think our general message is to stay balanced and diversified and committed to your long-term asset allocation. It made sense to pivot when we saw a major correction in March, and obviously that's paid off quite well for the plan. But we think, long-term sticking with a strategic asset allocation and not trying to market time makes sense. So with that, I have the private markets program report as of the end of December, which feels like a lifetime ago, I'm sure, to everyone on the meeting right now. But as you know, private markets valuations are typically delayed by at least a quarter. And then with the pandemic, a lot of valuations were delayed even further in this recent quarter. And the fact that we didn't meet in July means that we're now bringing you the 12/31/19 private markets program report today in late August. So I'll mention that this is the public version of the report. The staff receives a non-public version, which with a lot of additional information that private firms can't make public. So I think my colleague Chris Theodore was going to share his screen if he's been added as a co-host. Great. So I'll point out on page 2, if we take a look at the overall program inception years, committed capital, and then various performance metrics, we have a new column on the far right on the slide called PME IRR. This is the public market equivalent internal rate of return. So one question that we've received from your board members many times is, well, you know, these private markets returns, how do we put this into context if we had invested in public markets instead? And what's difficult about doing a PME calculation is that these private funds can call capital over time and then distribute it over time on not sort of a preset schedule. And so you need to have daily values of an index in the public markets to sort of come up with something equivalent. And so for this report, we've added a PME IRR for the major asset classes. And then in future reporting, we'll also be adding it for individual funds in your portfolio. But as I said, it's a bit difficult to calculate, so we're rolling this out over time. So if you take a look, the legacy private equity program that's been around since 2004 has an IRR, or an internal rate of return, of 7.5. If you had invested those funds in public markets, you would have earned 6.7%. The Neuberger Berman Fund of One, which is private equity and was incepted in 2017, has an IRR of 14.7. If those funds were invested in public markets, they would have earned 12.9. The private debt, real estate, and real assets programs would have earned more in public market indexes, assuming you pick one index and the investments were made at the same times and distributed at the same times. But I think there's some caveats to those programs. Private debt in particular, while it was first incepted in 2010, there were 3 funds representing 150 million. So the vast majority, over 2/3 of the program, that were hired in 2010 and weren't really designed to be private debt funds. They were designed to be sort of an opportunistic play coming out of the global financial crisis for middle market direct lending, which typically doesn't have the same high returns as some of the private debt that you've been investing in the past few years. So this is a pretty immature private debt program. And it's heavily skewed towards those early funds that were not as successful back in 2010. Real estate in particular, there was a big gap in commitments. There were only 3 commitments out of about 20 now between 2007 and 2017. So really the bulk of the real estate program has been in place since 2017, and that's pretty immature for a private markets program. And then on the real assets front, you can see that only 35 million has been invested in or committed to real assets, and only 23 million has been invested. So that's, you know, just a few percent of your overall plan. So that's also a program that's ramping up. So I think what these numbers also indicate, the fact that your private equity returns have been higher than what you would have gotten in public markets, is that vintage year diversification is really important in private markets, and building a program and planning it over the long term, and not having those big gaps like we've had in these other programs, because then you miss out on some of the good years. And now your staff and your CIO has in place, and the board has approved pacing plans that ensure that vintage diversification over time. So we'll continue to show you these numbers, and we do believe that over time, the private markets returns for these additional programs, if we stay the course, will be higher than what you could have earned in public markets. So in the interest of time, I will skip ahead a bit to the individual partnerships in the private debt program, which you can see on page 5. So as I mentioned, the private debt program was heavily skewed towards a few commitments in 2010, which have a 3.7% IRR. So returns were pretty disappointing on those opportunistic investments. But then if you take a look, there's been several investments since then, beginning in 2016, where you have an IRR for 2016 of 8.6 and 2017 of 12.9. And then the past couple of years are too soon to be meaningful. And on page 6, you can see those individual funds in the private debt program. If we take a look at page 7, you can see that geographically, most of your private debt program is in North America. Most of the funds were invested, as I mentioned, back in 2010, but now we're trying to expand the program and your team has been making commitments over time. Real assets, if you take a look at page 8, has 4 investments. The majority back in 2016, but it's still a relatively immature program. And if we skip ahead to page 11, you can see those 4 investments. One in 2016, which is Global Infrastructure Partners, Lime Rock, which is natural resources in 2017, another energy fund in 2019, and then another Global Infrastructure Partners investment also in 2019. So you can see an IRR for the first meaningful fund, Global Infrastructure Partners 3 of 7.2%, which outperforms the peer IRR for funds in that same year of 5.9. Looking at page 12, you can see the geographic focus is mainly global for the real assets program. And that, 2016, that one fund has the highest percentage of exposure and market value right now. Taking a look at page 13, we get into real estate. There are 14 investments in the real estate program. And if you skip ahead to page 16, you can see all of those individual investments in the program. As I mentioned, there was a pretty wide hiatus between 2007 and 2017, just a few highly diversified funds in there. But ever since 2017, when your current staff has been in place, you see that we've ramped up the investments according to the pacing plan. And then on the following slide 17, you can see that 2017 has the highest percentage of market value because there were 3 funds committed in that year, and that most of the real estate exposure is in North America. Then the rest of this presentation includes some information on the market environment, but all of that information was as of the end of 2019. Since then, we've seen some stress on energy prices, as you all know, certainly some stress, but also opportunities in credit markets for lending. And then real estate, with people moving to working from home may have some long-term effects that are still sort of remain to be seen. So we're working very closely with your staff. Our real estate dedicated research team just had a call with Dinesh and with the staff yesterday to talk about real estate opportunities. So, one of the nice things about private markets is that these funds have some time to put money to work and can hopefully take advantage of dislocations as a result of the current market environment. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I would imagine in a couple meetings from now, we'll have an updated report with some more information from the first quarter.
Okay, any follow-up questions for Ms. Wyrick? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. I guess we'll see you next in October with the Q2 reports.
Yes, and then we'll be at the IC meetings for those of you who are there coming up next week.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item 4C, discussion and approval for the secretary to negotiate and execute a 3-year extension of the agreement with JP Morgan for emerging market debt benchmarking data for $10,000 per year, shared 50-50 with police and fire department plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
With your permission, we'd like to take the next 2 items together.
Okay.
One data and the others for analytics. One is JP Morgan and the other with Bara. And for that, I'd like to invite Officer Ron Kumar.
Hi, hello everyone. So thanks for taking these 2 items together. The go hand in hand. So JP Morgan provides benchmarking data for emerging markets, and currently the contract expired. And so we're requesting a 3-year term at 10,000 per year. And this amount is shared 50-50 with police and fire. And same with the BARA. BARA provides risk analytics data for our risk system, and it's in conjunction with the various services that they provide. And again, this one is a 2-year contract for 157,500 per year, and that's also split 50-50 with the police and fire plan. With that, I'll take any questions you may have.
And just to add to what Ron just said, Mr. Chairman, these numbers, so these rates continue from prior years, so they have not increased. We've not been able to reduce those rates like we've done with some other contracts. It's very hard to negotiate with BARA, but these rates continue from before.
Okay.
Can I ask some clarification about their data service contract? I know we have a risk consulting contract with Veris. Just wonder what additional value does the data service from Veris add to the risk management program for the portfolio?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So Veris actually uses the BARA system and the BARA data and the BARA analytics. So they don't have their own analytics, so they use BARA. And so we still have to pay BARA even though we use Veris as a risk provider in terms of the analytics and the number crunching. So what had happened 3 years ago when we approved the Veris contract was this was rolled into the Veris contract as an additional amount. And for transparency purposes, Mr. Kumar thought that we should bring this separately to the board.
I see. So basically, Veris provide the service, but we still have to purchase the data service for them.
That's correct. Yeah, and there are other options that we've looked at. We came close with a couple of other providers, but they were not cheaper or better than BARA, but we will continue to explore those.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other follow-up questions? Let's act on these separately according to the agenda, please. So for 4C, looking for a motion and a second to approve the secretary to negotiate and execute a 3-year extension of the agreement with JP Morgan for emerging market data, benchmarking data. I'm sorry, emerging market debt benchmarking data for $10,000 per year shared with 50-50 police and fire department plans. So could I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Okay, that's a motion by Trustee Orr and a second.
I second it, Trustee Jennings.
Thank you, Trustee Jennings. Any discussion? Any public discussion? Okay, let's do the roll call vote. Vice Chair Chandra. Vice Chair Chandra, you're on mute. You may have stepped away. Trustee Horowitz.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Orr.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Sun.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Vice Chair Chandra.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I think I was muted automatically. Yes, I vote aye.
Thank you. I also vote aye, so that motion carries unanimously. 4D, we're looking for a motion second for approval of the secretary to negotiate and execute 2-year extension of the agreement with BARA LLC for risk system data for $157,500 per year, shared 50-50 with the police and fire department plan. Could I have a motion to that effect?
Trustee Kelleher, so motions.
Thank you, Trustee Kelleher. And a second?
Second.
Trustee Jennings.
Okay, I think
Sorry.
Trustee Sun won that
Go
battle.
ahead,
Thank you
take
very
it,
much.
John.
Any
Yeah,
any
that's
board
fine.
any board discussion? Any public discussion? Okay, the vote, Vice Chair Chandra.
I vote aye.
Thank you, Trustee Horowitz.
Aye.
Thank you, Trustee Jennings.
Aye.
Thank you, Trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Thank you, Trustee Orr.
Aye.
Thank you, and Trustee Sun.
Aye.
Thank you. I also vote aye. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. Mr. Palani, Mr. Kumar, thank you for that.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Yes. Okay, going on to item 5, old business. 5A is discussion of potential topics for the Federated Strategic Planning meeting in September. And Mr. Pena, would you like to take that and introduce Mr. Ianichi?
Yes, of course I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. So what we have before you, obviously we have Tom Iannucci on the background. He actually will be going over his memorandum that I hope all of you have had a chance to go over it. Regarding a draft recommended agenda for your 2020 strategic planning session for next month. A couple of things. As you all know, Tom is the president of Cortex, mostly a governance-related consultant that has been working with public plans over 20 years and with San Jose for about 10 years now. So he started with the city and then with the boards. I actually have known Tom for about 25 years, way back in the 1990s when I started in the public pension arena. And in fact, I have had a chance to work with Tom in with other boards on developing a strategic planning session. So I think we're in good hands. And please note, for many of you that are new to the board, this is next month is going to be the 3rd year that your board have elected to have the timeline for the month of September as a board retreat. The first couple of years, the retreat discussion was around some basic, not basic, but some training and input from both Makita, from the investment consultant on asset allocation, and from your consultant, actual consultant, Chiron last year. Again, there was some interaction by Makita, but it was mostly an actuarial related. As a third item from last year retreat, there was a request to put forward a generally speaking strategic planning session for your 2020 retreat. And that is the end result that you see here before you, which actually includes some of the discussion that all of you had with Tom in reference to your self-assessment as a board. I think you're going to see that here as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom for discussion on the strategic planning session. And I think the goal here is to agree to a draft for you meeting next month. So with that, Tom.
Thank you, Roberto. Good afternoon, or that's right, good afternoon, everybody. Roberto, you're starting to make both of us sound very old, but I won't hold it against you.
You are old. You're both old. Yeah.
Lighting. So just building off the last board meeting when we sort of kicked off this process with the initial steps being that Cortex would issue a strategy survey and conduct follow-up interviews with each board member and management to allow for more input into the design of the session. And as Roberto mentioned, we, given the timing, it made sense to combine the board self-evaluation input phase with the strategic planning input phase. And that's what we've done. The session now is a month away. And last month, it was, I think it was a very good suggestion to make sure that the board had at least, you've had an opportunity individually to provide input through the interviews, but it was suggested at the last board meeting that it would be great if the board had another opportunity as a board to have further input and to potentially identify or prioritize key topics that could be addressed at the session 1 month from now. So that's the reason we're bringing this back to you today. We've staff and I have worked together to develop a pretty high level preliminary agenda. And we've identified some potential topics. And I've also summarized the issues and topics that were raised during the interviews and through the surveys. You'll see those in the appendix. So what we thought we would do today is quickly or briefly walk you through the draft agenda and then open it up to discussion amongst the board. Again, for any thoughts on key topics you'd like to devote, make sure we devote some time to at the session. So turning to the agenda on the screen, and by way of background, before I jump into this, I should probably point out that in the course of the interviews, I asked a number of you, how much of the session would you like to see devoted to what I call classical strategic planning concepts, identifying the mission and the vision and the values, et cetera, and how much of the session would you prefer be devoted to discussing or tackling very specific topics? And there were sort of a bit of a split among the board members. Some of you wanted to ensure that we do spend enough time on what we call the classical strategic concepts. Others felt that your preference would be to spend minimal or no time on the classical sort of strategic issues and devote the entire session to tackling very concrete specific topics. However, those who said that also said that that's their personal view, but they are more than happy to discuss the classical issues if that's what the board decides. And in discussing this with Roberto, we thought, given that the board hasn't really formally done strategic planning and it's a new board, and given the views that were expressed, we thought it would make sense to design a session that had a combination of both approaches. So we've tried to go, at this point, roughly 60-40, I think, on classical issues and a discussion of very specific concepts. That's sort of woven into this agenda. So very briefly, I'll go through it. This is still preliminary. We're, again, a month away. But we would kick off with, obviously, the session agenda, introduction, goals, what it is we want to accomplish, what it is we want to walk away with at the end of the session. And that'll become clearer as we develop the materials. I felt it would be very important to spend, say, 30 minutes on strategic planning background, a little theoretical perhaps, but I think, and this was sort of confirmed during the interviews, a number of you agreed it would be valuable. There are so many ways to approach strategic planning, and public plans are quite unique. It would be helpful if you could take a bit of time and all get on the same page as to what is the strategic planning framework that would make sense for a public plan and that we could adopt here at San Jose. And that might be one of the takeaways of the session. We all agree on what, when we all say strategic planning, what do we mean by it? How are we going to approach it going forward? I thought it would be helpful to take part of that 30 minutes to sort of walk you through the evolution of strategic planning at EFSRS. I mean, it's new to the board formally, but I'll be making the point during the session that we've actually been very strategic over the last 10 or 12 years as an organization. And we'll sort of walk through why I say that or why I feel that way. And I think that would be a good opportunity to share some of the interview findings, and which I've touched on in the appendix, but we'll elaborate at the session. So that would be the kickoff background section. Then I think we really get into formalizing or spending a bulk of the day formalizing your, what we call your strategy. And the strategy consists of two parts: mission statement and the organizational vision. I think the mission statement is the easier of the two. We shouldn't probably take much time on that. You don't have a classical mission statement at this point in time. We will give a bit of background on that, maybe share some sample statements, share what your peers are doing, what PNF has. I'm going to work with staff. We may present a potential or proposed mission statement, or at least the key elements, and spend a few minutes really getting your thoughts on that discussion and direction. And with any luck, we'll walk away with some pretty clear direction to come back to you with a very specific mission statement for approval at some point in the future. If we're really lucky, we might approve something at the session. agenda last week. So that shouldn't take too long, I hope, because we want to leave more time for what we call the organizational vision, which I think is a little more creative, a little more challenging. This is the part of the day where we want to pick any number. I've identified 6 or 7 potential aspects or functions within the organization, starting with member services, communications, board governance, working our way down to HR. We would, in speaking to Roberto and Prabhu, like to pick 2 or 3, given the time constraints, pick 2 or 3 of those topics, and we're looking for the board's input today for direction, and articulate or try to articulate at the session what is the board's
Sorry,
vision.
can I interrupt for a moment? Just one fast moment. Someone, I think, needs to mute their phone. There's a lot of background noise. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll let you get back.
Okay, good. No, I appreciate that. The so we've got 6 or 7 issues we've identified here. The board may have other issues in mind, but if for the session next month, we'd like to pick 2 or 3 of those and have a really fulsome discussion around what is the vision, what kind of an organization do we want to be vis-a-vis 2 or 3 of these areas. And in order to have that discussion, I think we need to identify alternative visions. For example, when it comes to, pick any one of them, member services, we could be X, we could be Y, or we could be Z when it comes to member service from a vision standpoint, and then have a discussion and hopefully get some direction from the board as to which of those we want to be. Because until we have a vision of what kind of organization we'd like to be when it comes to member services and communications, it's very difficult to then come up with metrics, measure progress, and know if you're moving in that direction. Same with board governance if you choose that one. We could be, our board governance function could look like A, it could look like B, or it could look like C. We will identify before the session a range of possible models, and the board could weigh in. And again, unless we all agree that that's our vision of what we want to look like by way of board governance, very difficult to really ever make progress or know if you're making progress down the road. And I think we can do that for any of these functional areas. I'm going to make the point in the session that you don't have a lot of discretion over the mission of the organization, but I think you do have a lot of discretion as a board over the vision, what kind of organization, what approach we want to take to these very important parts of our business. So that would be the vision portion of the day, which would be the biggest portion of the day in terms of time spent. And the board will have an opportunity to, and you'll get this information in advance, so you'll be able to think about it before you come in, and we'll have hopefully a robust discussion and hopefully gain some consensus on, again, what kind of vision, what kind of organization we'd like to be, so that we can then translate that into priorities, goals, objectives, and metrics at later stages. When we move on to step 4, the strategic analysis and priorities, I think there we're going to have a discussion around if we manage to agree on where we would like to be, we can compare that to where we think we are today and just discuss just how big is the gap. And that'll help us prioritize where we need to spend our efforts strategically over the coming year, 2 years, 3 years. Presumably, if there's a big gap between where the kind of organization we want to be and where we think we are today, there's probably more work to be done, and that might be a priority area potentially, but there are all sorts of variations there. We could discuss at that point any issues and challenges that were identified by the board members, either in the interviews leading up to the session or challenges that you identify at the session itself and how they might impact that vision or fulfilling that vision. So again, this will be fleshed out further in the month ahead. We would look for your direction on what the priorities would be as a result of those discussions. And we wrap up the day with a summary of what we've accomplished, what's outstanding, what are the next steps to move this process along. And in terms of outcomes, I think we want to keep it simple. I think good outcomes would be to walk away with a shared understanding and maybe an approval of this is what our strategic planning framework is going to be with terminology, et cetera. And this is what's going to guide us in the future. If we could all sort of rally around that and make sure that there's a consensus there, because then we don't have to reinvent the wheel year after year when we talk about strategic planning. And the other outcome, hopefully, will be for the 2 or 3 issues we've identified, a reasonable consensus on what kind of organization we want to be in each of those areas. And then lastly, some consensus on what the priorities are. What do we need to be doing over the next year or two if we're going to be moving towards bridging any gaps that might exist between what we want to be and where we are today. And we would wrap all that up at the end of the day with next steps and concrete actions, depending on what comes out of it. So it's sort of a fluid, it's a structured agenda, but it's fluid enough to allow us to move in any number of directions.
Mr. Chair? Jay?
Yes.
So I just wanted to, if I may, just 30 seconds. So we spent a lot of time discussing approximately how much time to spend on this discussion. As you can see, the draft suggests anywhere from 3 to 3.5 hours. I just want to share with you, board, that this is your meeting. So obviously, I have been in other strategic plannings that last a day and a half, or 2 days. We're not looking for that. We're also taking into consideration that this is a virtual meeting as opposed to an in-person meeting, which is a little easier, I think, to manage. And so, again, the 3 and 3.5 hours is something that we think we could accomplish, keeping in mind that, you know, we get to that 3.5, 4 hour timeline that we are here this afternoon. It makes it harder to stay focused and have extensive discussions. But on the other hand, if your board is looking for a longer discussion or a longer timeline of a meeting, we're happy to do that. So I think the key issue here is not as much the time that we have allotted or suggested as much as the theme and the issues. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Tom, thank you very much for your work on this. I think it looks like a good, very good agenda. And then you're going to ask us today to help narrow down to those 2 to 3 topics under vision. Is that right?
Well, that's right. There are 2 issues where we could, well, 3 areas we'd appreciate any thoughts or input. The agenda itself, of course, and
yes,
the duration, as Roberto pointed out. Staff, of course, and Cortex, we're free to spend as much or as little time as the board feels is necessary and appropriate, but it's up to you. And third, we don't think, no matter how much time we have in a day, we probably wouldn't be able to tackle all 6 or 7 issues. So if there are 2 or 3, which are noted in item 3, which begin, if we scroll up just a little bit there. So we look at member service, I'm looking at 3B sub I, number 1 through 7 or 6.
Right. Could you, to help prioritize, could you say more about operational risk management function and HR management function?
That's right. So what this is, again, an important part of the organization that often doesn't get quite as much attention, but, and we haven't worked it out yet quite at staff, but I think when we look at operational risk management, we need to think about, and this came up in the board's self-evaluation discussions as well. What's our approach? What's our vision for operational risk management? How do we see that? And it's difficult to really pin down to a sentence or 2, but we're going to have to come back. If you choose that topic, we're going to have to come back to you, staff and Cortex, with some options. You know, we could be this type of organization when it comes to operational risk management, or we could be another sort of organization. And it's going to be, you know, we could be very progressive, leading edge. We could be doing just the minimum legally required. We could be a very risk-aware organization from top to bottom, or we could treat risk management as a silo where we sort of, there are just different ways, and we need to get on the same page by what do we mean by that? And I think we have to come up with some options that the board may or may not agree with, but that'll generate the discussion, and hopefully we walk away with a sense of what are we expecting of ourselves when it comes to operational risk management? How do we define it, and what's the approach?
I'm sorry, my question was even more basic than that. Like, what? Give me some examples of what that might be said there.
Oh, that's all right. Well, that would
Yeah,
include.
I'm not that advanced, so I appreciate the benefit of the doubt.
But apologies. No, what we have in mind there are things like technology risks, business continuity, the internal audit function, enterprise-wide risk management issues, the accuracy of pension payments, all sorts of things that can go wrong at the operational level, which could encompass both investments and benefits. It's all the operational support systems, IT, et cetera.
Okay.
And obviously critical to the organization, and that's a very broad and far-reaching function that sort of permeates the whole organization. When we think about human resources management, I think you asked about that as well. It's, again, what kind of HR organization do we want to be when we think about things like our relationship with the city would be very strategic when it comes to HR. What do we think that relationship should look like? Our autonomy over HR, how we're going to engage in training and recruiting and retention and compensation. What are the different approaches we could take? We could be, again, we haven't discussed this yet at the staff level, but maybe our vision is to be very private sector like, or we want to be a very traditional public sector approach, or we see some sort of hybrid model, but we then need to articulate what that hybrid vision would look like. And then how do we know if we're there yet?
Yeah.
And that's where the strategic planning comes in.
Thank you. Okay. Trustees, any feedback, any reactions to the agenda and or the topics?
And I suppose, Mr. Chairman, one last point, if we go to the appendix.
Yes.
We scroll up just slightly to the next page. This is a quick summary of the interview notes, and I've categorized them into 7 topics. And there's some overlap between this list and the list on the previous page. And again, people didn't necessarily communicate the issues in this exact form or in these categories, but I tried to sort them into what I thought were logical groupings or themes that I heard through the various calls. So the other input, if there are any issues here that board members feel should get some special attention at the retreat or be woven into the retreat for discussion purposes, again, recognizing there's quite a bit of overlap between the first list, we would appreciate that sort of direction as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Reactions, input by board members?
This is Trustee Sung, if
Yes.
I may.
Oh, of course.
I think we have to decide the 2 or 3 topics we want to discuss in the agenda item 3B. So I'm using the appendix as my guidance, and of course that only reflects my interest. I think I would be open to discuss the disability process because we have the reason is that we discussed quite a few disability cases. I feel the process is still very confusing. We may need some education on how the city handles the disability applications for retirement. And the other thing we talked about is the cost sharing model for the Federated and police and fire. I hope we will have some more study on that. So that's my vote for those 2 topics that can be discussed.
Okay.
I think the discussion regarding disability process is an excellent one, Trustee Sun.
Thank you. Others? Tom, I'm personally interested in looking at the stakeholder relations function. In addition to what Trustee Sun and Trustee Kelleher mentioned, I'd be interested in digging into that area, the stakeholder relations. I think that, frankly, I think Roberto, you do a really good job from our discussions. But I'm frankly unconscious about it. I'd like to be more intentional, more aware and more intentional about our efforts in that area.
Great.
Trustee Horowitz here.
Yes.
We definitely need more training in the disability function and processes. I think that's very clear. And I also agree that the allocation of costs between the two boards is an issue. I would also like to, of course, we can't discuss it all, but I think the asset allocation process is something I would like to touch on. I know that we have been presented with like 5 different choices at the full board to accept or a different asset allocation, but I didn't have any sense of how those 5 choices were arrived at. Maybe that was something discussed at the IC, but I didn't have visibility on that. It didn't seem like the 5 choices were different from each other in any recognizable way. So I think some discussion of the process of asset allocation, do we go top down, looking at the 3 broad categories first, and then digging into the subcategories? Something that puts this on a more regularized, processized method, as opposed to just sort of picking from amongst 5 choices on a menu.
Okay. Thank you. Other thoughts for Tom? Tom, is that good enough for you?
I presume my comments about asset allocation come under the investment philosophy or investment function category amongst these choices.
Yes, you are correct, Trustee Horowitz. I just want to make sure that I'm clear, and I also open this for the rest of the staff in attendance and Tom. I want to make sure, because I got the impression listening to the comments by the trustees, it is pretty clear that we need some disability process training. I mean, today's discussion is strong evidence of that. So I'm all for that. But I just want to make sure that we make a distinction between having a discussion on training or processes vis-a-vis a discussion on what vision the board is considering when into training. It may be hard for the board to have a vision on a particular area without really understanding the process yet, although it's not unreasonable to have your own vision about it. But I just want to make that distinction, because when I heard the statements or the comments, I got the impression that we were looking for sort of information on how the process worked. And I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken. I was kind of looking for a different discussion on, what exactly we understand what this is, but this is what we're doing, but this is the vision this is how we want to move forward. Or this is what we're thinking that the kind of board that we should be in this particular item. And so I want to make a distinction between the two, and maybe just me, I'm misunderstanding the statements, but maybe some clarification on that. So that, I don't know, Tom, Prabhu, anyone?
I agree.
This is Trustee Jennings. I might say, I agree with Roberto. I don't think we need a flow chart. I think what maybe it is addressing is, and that's just board development and board training, maybe on a few of the operational items that we oversee. So I think training has been excellent as to opportunities for those who are not as investment savvy or pension savvy. And maybe it's kind of like an internal training development. It just seems like it would help. So we don't get buried into the detail. We keep it top level and what our purview is. Maybe, does that help?
Tom, you had,
Yeah, if I may,
yes.
I think this is an important question to resolve that Roberto identified, that we've got 3.5 hours. We were, and there's two approaches. One part of that time could be devoted to actual educational sessions of some sort, devoted to the topics that the board members have just identified. Part of that session could be devoted to what we would call more that the strategic approach of trying to gain consensus on what kind of an organization do we want to be in vis-a-vis certain parts of our business. And that's certainly doable. We may need a little more time if we want to introduce an educational component to the session itself, in addition to some strategic discussion. Or perhaps I'm misunderstanding. And
I don't think
we want to.
I don't think putting in. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. I don't think putting in training at this point, because I agree it's not the purpose of what we're doing. I think maybe it's just addressing the need for training development. So that's just what is our vision for the board having all the knowledge. And then that can be taken off at a later time, just like we go to classes. You know, there can be a later time where there's whatever, you know, I don't care. They can come up with a video chat that we can watch or something. I agree with you. We have a short amount of time, and that is probably getting into the weeds more, in my opinion.
That's right. That's what I was thinking as well. That the other approach would be maybe one of the outcomes or conclusions of the strategy session would be an agreement on various educational topics that need to be scheduled over the coming, whatever, 6 months, 1 year, what have you. That's another approach. But I just want to be sure, and I suspect Roberto wants to be sure, that if board members are coming into the strategic session expecting actual education, then we want to make that clear today on these topics that have been identified, in addition to some sort of more classical strategic discussions. Or are we looking to, we're just sort of creating placeholders that at some point in time we need to have some educational sessions on these topics, and that the session, the strategic planning session in September, will not include explicit education per se, but rather will be focused on sort of higher level strategic discussions. And we can go either way. The session can be designed either way.
Personally, I'm okay if we go the route of the more classical stuff, but clearly the issue of disability retirements, it's important to everybody. So perhaps by that September meeting, Roberto, we can talk about what our plan is for getting everybody up to speed on the disability retirement process. Perhaps we don't need to do that training there at the retreat, but if you could address that early in the agenda. So that may be in fact, it may be necessary, appropriate to include Tom Actually, I don't know if it'll be in your agenda or on the retirement board agenda for that day, is the opportunity for CEO, CIO oral updates, because 2 months is a long time between meetings, maybe appropriate there. And then Roberto, I'm talking off the top of my head, but maybe inclusive in your update, we can talk about what we have planned for the disability retirement education stuff.
Yeah, we could do that. We could have in fact, as you may know, we're going to have a list of retirements to be approved by your board right off the bat in the meeting, and we could add an update from the CIO and CEO.
Yeah, that's right. We do have some business we need to take care of that day in addition to this agenda. So Trustee Horowitz and Trustee Kelleher, are you okay with that plan?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so Tom, back on your agenda, do you feel like you have enough direction that you can facilitate those items?
I think what I've heard is that issues of particular interest to the board and board members is the disability process, largely from an educational perspective, the issue of the cost sharing, and whether or not that requires a study, stakeholder relations, the asset allocation process within the context of the board's investment philosophy, perhaps training more generally. And I think with that, Roberto, myself, and Prabhu can now go away and sort of refine the agenda and the materials to try to address these issues in the best way possible, trying to put as much of a strategic bent on it as possible. And if it really has to be educational only, then we will deal with that as in the CEO's update with a plan on when that sort of education might be rolled out on these given topics. So I think this is helpful, and we may decide, we may have time to insert one or two other topics, but we'll work closely with staff to figure that out over the coming weeks.
Okay.
And one last thing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I didn't want to dominate the choices, but from your list of 6 items, I'd also be interested in HR management function.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You know, as we develop this, we may find we have more or less time for this portion, and we can therefore address more or fewer topics. We will do the best we can. And again, I haven't heard any pushback, but if we're under 4 hours, is that acceptable to the board? Is that sort of consistent with people's expectations? Or was everybody expecting a 2-day event?
Well,
I'm fine with under 4 hours.
Yeah, that's as normal. That's an 8:30 to probably 8:30 to 12 day, right? That sounds good to me.
That's
unless you're going to
half.
Send lunch to my house.
We could send lunch to your
Roberto.
houses, but even today, we are already going into our 5th hour. So just as a matter of comparison, and I have to say, over the last few meetings, your board has been in the 1 o'clock to 1:30 timeline. No suggesting that we should continue that approach. I'm just saying, you know, that's usually the time that we spend at the board discussion. So again, this is our job. So we're happy to spend as much time as is needed. We just want to make sure that the discussion is effective, right? That we don't get tired or lose sight of what we're trying to accomplish.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, there is one other issue that I'd like to raise, and I forgot to put it in the memo, but you know, we did also, I mentioned, concurrently carry on the board self-evaluation. And I'm just summarizing those results. Normally, we would bring those results to the governance committee. But because this year happens to coincide with the strategic planning process, it would make some sense. And there is a lot of overlap between those two exercises in terms of the findings, et cetera. So I was going to suggest ask whether the board would like to, you know, if it made sense, if we thought it would, if working with staff, if it made sense to weave in the board self-evaluation results into the strategic planning discussion as appropriate. If we could do that and essentially kill two birds with one stone, or keep them as two separate processes and run the results of the board self-evaluation through the governance committee and then to the board like you normally do, running the risk that it may be a little repetitive or potentially, again, overlapping.
Trustee Horowitz is chair of the governance committee, and I don't know if Trustee Horowitz, you have any reaction? I wouldn't want to pull it away from the governance committee without checking with you first, if you have any opinions about that.
I would personally be very interested in seeing the data from both the self-evaluation, the raw data, as well as the raw data from the strategic planning questionnaires. So we have, an understanding of the detailed responses from the various trustees. So any way that those can be presented or aggregated, I think would be very appropriate. And as Tom mentioned, they're probably interrelated in many ways. So I think that might be a good kickoff to the strategic planning session. And just to get a sense even of topics that were raised that are not being discussed, just to know what is on people's minds, even if it's only on the mind of a single trustee. It might be something that's of less importance today, but it may be of rising importance in the future.
Okay. That sounds good. Tom, good?
Okay, so if the board doesn't object, we could try to integrate the two and present the data separately or clarify which is which. But I think by dealing with them at the same session, I think there might be some synergy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Very good.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes. Anything else on the 5A, the strategic planning session? We don't need to take any action. Is that correct, Mr. Pena?
Yeah, I think you provided directions, so we took notes, and I think we're ready to come back and put the agenda together. We certainly share the agenda with the chair and the vice chair, and we'll have agenda review. But yes, no need to do a motion.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Appreciate your work on that.
Thank you, Tom.
Looking forward to the session. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, same here. Okay, item 6, new business. 6A is the oral update from the CEO of Retirement Service, Mr. Pena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you bear with me just a couple of minutes, as always, I want to remind you that customer service in the office is going remotely. It's business as usual with this stay-in-place order. So, we are processing retirements. We are processing the retiree payroll, just as Jay Castellano knows, every month. We continue paying vendors, and we continue having meetings and addressing issues that are coming up. So staff very engaged, and it's been a very positive approach over the last few months. And to that extent, we actually are moving this stay in place order. Initially, we thought it was going to be a few months. I think clearly now we know that it's going to take a lot longer. It wouldn't be a surprise if we continue working remotely for the rest of the year. I know I'm expecting that, as well as continue having virtual meetings for your board meetings, not only through the end of the year, but quite possibly for the whole fiscal year to June of 2021. So to that extent, we put some procedures in place regarding the working remotely. And so we have put together a process for staff to now, if they go to the office, to actually sign off some equipment that may be needed at home, from either computer screens to a computer mouse, or even the chair from the office, so they can work at a better pace. In fact, as part of the budget process, we are working with the city. We want to order laptops for everyone at the office so that they could work from home. And then, of course, when we are ready to get started getting back to the office, they can continue working from the office with the laptop. But in the meantime, they can work remotely with those laptops that we're going to provide in any case. I also wanted to let you know, as you saw the agenda this morning, the agenda has been revised to due to the COVID-19 to provide some transparency to the public, members, and stakeholders. We also issue a non conflict of interest form. If you don't know what that is, please reach out to us. That's going to be due in September. And so again, we will be sending that form soon. I misspoke there, via email to trustees so that we can get it back. And it's basically an indication from each one of you that there is no conflict of interest between any kind of investment holdings or any other kind of job that you may have with your duties as a trustee of the plan. I also wanted to let you know that many of you know the CalPERS defined benefit plan that was put in place for the investment professionals. It actually includes 5 members of the staff. It was put in place on July 26. The first deduction for the plan, I believe, was included in the August 14 meeting. And that's to take the first retirement contributions from the investment staff. And I want to take this opportunity to also publicly thank prior board chairs from Police and Fire and Federated on their work on getting this benefit to implementation, as well as the work by our city liaison, Sherry Parkland, who has also been very helpful working through this process. And lastly, I want to let you know, many of you know that our senior auditor left in June to another department within the city. So we just posted that position, and it's going to be posted to September 2nd. And we do have a health fair that takes place every October. It used to be at the office on the 5th floor. This year, that healthcare will be virtual. We're certainly going to, in the newsletter coming up for this quarter, we will certainly speak about the health fair. But I wanted to let you all know, in the health fair, we usually offer free flu shots. And of course, because this year the health fair will be conducted virtually, we have canceled the flu shots. And Mr. Chair, that actually concludes my comments. Oh, the last one I wanted to let you know, the California Supreme Court arrived to a decision that had implications on the retirement vested benefits. It was intended that council to provide you a short oral update on what that decision was, but it couldn't be worked out today because Harvey is in court, and the council, Jenny, had another meeting at 10 o'clock. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask Harvey to put a short information that can be emailed to all of you on the implications of that Supreme Court decision in terms of retirement vested rights in public plans in California. So with that, that concludes my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Pena? Okay, we're going to go to 6B, oral update from the City Council Liaison to the Board, Councilmember Davis. Thank you for staying with us.
You're welcome. I can stay a little while longer. I'm hoping to be able to stay until we get to the joint meeting item. I don't have any financial updates for the city right now. We passed our budget, and you and I have all had a meeting since we passed the budget, and we will be getting another update on that. I believe it'll be in September at this point. It's not in the next two. It's not in the next two agendas that I have seen so far. We continue also, as Roberto mentioned, everyone continues to work from home and expect to do so through at least the end of the calendar year. I'm sure you've seen the news. We are, as a city, we are surrounded by wildfires. There have been some evacuations in the unincorporated parts of the city. So the eastern and moving into the southern portion of the city are at risk and are in on alert for being ready to evacuate. So that may be another thing for our emergency operations center to work on. They have already identified areas for evacuation centers to be activated probably today. So it's a hard time for the city right now, having multiple emergencies on top of each other and having to evacuate while also maintaining distance amongst people. This is going to be a particularly difficult time. So that's my update. I wish I had something better to say, but it's not. It's a tough time.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
given that the Councilmember Davis is waiting for the
Yes.
joint meeting, I was just going to ask politely to your board to consider having the discussion first before D&E, so that.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine doing that also. Any objections from anyone on that? All right, let's take item 6F, discussion and action on the topics for the joint meeting of the boards and city council.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. So at this point, obviously, this meeting is expected to be done virtually. Currently, the estimated day is Friday, October 16, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. That hasn't been actually finalized. It will have to go through the city process to be agendized properly and everything else. But that is the day at this point that is expected to take place, Friday, October 16, from 9 to 12. What we did was we provided to you in the agenda the actual agenda for each one of the two meetings over the last 2 years, just so that you know what have been the topics of discussion, just for your reference. In addition, we have discussion at the police and fire level 2 weeks ago, and I wanted to share with you the few items that they mentioned. I mean, personally, I think that the main issue here will be from the board's standpoint. I think if I was a trustee, I would want to know and hear the implications of COVID-19 and everything else, as Councilmember Davis just indicated with the fires. What are the implications to the city budget in the next couple of years? Because it's important for us and your boards to understand that. And obviously, if I was a council member, I would want to know what are the implications of the COVID-19, right? In the investments of the plans and the implications ultimately, not just for the investments, but also the implications for the funding ratio to the plans and the potential contributions needed by the employer. I think those two topics alone are more than enough. But in addition to that, police and fire mentioned a couple of other things. In addition to the city budget, which is one of the ones that I raised, they also mentioned the topic of having a potential a discussion on amortization schedule and its potential impact due to COVID-19, and any ramification that a amortization schedule of the unfunded liability will have if we lower the discount rate. And then it was also suggested that it's a good opportunity on some training to provide on the S&P 500, the volatility of the market these days. And the reason for that is whenever we go to the city council, and you heard Prabhu this morning talking about the returns over the fiscal year, the calendar year, and the last quarter, and how the boards took the approach of increasing the risk given the downturn in the market in March and the implication that had on the returns. So in the past, our plan has lagged our peers, and we always, stakeholders always raise the issue, why don't we just invest everything in the S&P 500? And I think one of the issues that was raised at the Police and Fire Board was, hey, maybe we should provide some education because there's a concentration of the top 5 names of the S&P 500, which are the FAG organizations, right? Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and so how they have been moving separate from anybody else in the market, and the implications that that's having on the S&P 500 vis-a-vis having a more diversified asset allocation. So just an education and explaining the difference between the two. So that was the last item that was suggested. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, the chair, and the board for comments or suggestions of potential topics for discussion at that joint meeting.
Roberto, I like the topics that did come up through police and fire. I think it would be good for both boards to hear any updated information on the city budget as of October 16th. And then, some information out on the table for everybody about what we have done with regard to COVID operationally and in terms of the investment policy, the asset allocation. What will we know about the next actuarial valuation? Where will we be at in terms of the October 16th date?
So good question. The actual evaluation discussion usually kick off in November.
Okay.
So we would probably, Cameron is still working on the evaluation. We could potentially have some discussions in October, but at this point, I'm expecting it to be mostly November. So that's where we are right now.
So the idea about playing with the amortization schedule, that was just a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical discussion. How might the city contribution be impacted by?
I think that I don't want to speak for the board, but I understood the concept to be, hey, maybe helpful to have that discussion at the joint meeting so that the city understand the potential impacts that a change in amortization schedule can have on the plans if the plans also at the same time elect to decrease the discount rate.
Yes.
So
okay.
You can certainly provide some examples on what, make some assumption just to provide the concept.
Okay. I like all those. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I would suggest that we, in October, focus the discussion just on the first 2 items so that the boards and the council can understand the immediate impacts of COVID and the what we know, what we will know in 2 months from now about the budget specifically and about the stock market, which I think we all acknowledge has been overly optimistic to this point. I would suggest that we hold the amortization schedule discussions and even the S&P 500 discussion potentially, although that may fit in with the COVID impacts discussion. But I'd suggest that the amortization schedule and the discount rate schedule discussions are held to another time, and perhaps we have it's completely appropriate to have more than one meeting in this year where everything turned upside down, to maybe have that discussion in January or even February in advance of the budget, the new budget cycle starting. So when we start talking about the budget for FY 21-22. So I think it's appropriate to have that discussion, but probably not to pack it all in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Other input, reactions from trustees? Trustee Keller. Trustee Keller, did you have something?
No.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Pena, is that adequate input at this point?
Yes, yes, it is. I took
Yeah.
notes, and I will now have to reach out to my contact person of the city and let them know what were the comments from both boards. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Councilmember Davis, for sticking around. All right, let's go back to item 6C, discussion and action to amend the
Okay.
existing contract for MedLink.
So sorry to interrupt, but we need to take a break for Civic Center. A 5-minute recess is all is needed.
Okay. Michelle, yeah, are you gonna stop this, or we just pause the meeting?
Yeah, just go ahead and pause the meeting, and I'll pause it on my end, but just go ahead and, yeah, announce that we're gonna take a break.
Okay, we're gonna pause for 5 minutes. It's 1:01, and we'll come back at 1:06. And
The contract with MedLink does expire in May of 2021, and I will be working on an RFP for both of the IME providers. So I have both contracts coming up next year. They were for a 5-year term. Are there any questions on the request? We're down to $17,275 left. So in order to keep the disabilities flowing, I do need to increase the amount allowed.
just for my clarification, about how much do we spend per application on average?
Yeah, give me just a sec, 'cause I do have that actually in here. Usually there's an average number of cases, and I believe it's about $3,000.85 a case for the amount of time that goes into it. Some cases are special and do take more time.
Of course.
Right at the moment for Federated, we do have 74 pending disability retirement applications. So there is a fair number to be gone through. Will they be gone through by May of 2021? I cannot guarantee that, because a lot of it depends on when the applicants are MMI and ready to move forward. A lot of our cases are actually on hold by either applicants or attorneys.
Okay. Yeah, that was exactly my question is with the 74 pending, we have only the 17,000 or by using the average, no more than five or six that we can process within this amount. The 100,000 will give us an extra capacity for an extra 33 or something like that, right?
It should get me through to the contract expiration, because I cannot guarantee that when I do the RFP that MedLink will be the selection. So I'm really just concerned right at the moment about getting to May of 2021.
Okay. Are there any questions, or can I have a motion to authorize the CEO to negotiate and execute a second amendment to the agreement between the board and MedLink, increasing the not to exceed amount to 400,000?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chandra. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Kelleher. We'll do the roll call vote. Vice Chair Chandra?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Horowitz?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kelleher?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Orr?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Sun?
Aye.
Thank you. And I also vote aye. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item 6D, discussion and action to pay the Medlake invoice.
Okay, this is the same IME provider. And with that agreement, we have a $500 per hour hourly rate on the contract. What we're requesting is to increase it for one invoice. We had an individual that had to go to a very specialized doctor. And we did go through both IMEs to see who they had available and the different rates. And there were only two doctors that it was basically a neurosurgeon that we needed. And so the rate was higher. Obviously, a chiropractor versus an orthopedic versus a neurosurgeon, there's going to be different rates that come into play. So the request is for this one invoice that has already been incurred because we were under a timeline to get the disability in, to increase the rate to that one, this one invoice only, to the hourly rate of $600 instead of the $500 that it's currently at. So this is a
Okay.
one-time exception.
Okay, and the board approval will then supersede the contract, and that's all fine on the provider side.
Yes. What we
Okay.
did is we paid the invoice presently up to the $500, so I owe them basically the difference at this time.
Okay. Yeah, if there are no questions, could I get a motion and a second from the board to approve a Medlake invoice for an independent medical evaluation performed at an hourly rate of $600?
So motion by trustee Kelleher.
Thank
wait,
you, Trustee Keller.
I
Oh,
really quick question. This is,
yes.
I just want to verify, this is specific to this incident. This doesn't set a precedent in any way for other time-sensitive disability reviews?
The request is for this one specific invoice.
Thank you.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second?
Second by Trustee Horowitz. Thank you very much. Any board discussion, public discussion? Okay, let's do the roll call vote. Vice Chair Chandra.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Horowitz.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Orr. Yep. Trustee Orr, are you?
I'm
still with
sorry,
us?
I was muted. Aye, pardon me.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Sun.
Aye.
Thank you. I also vote aye. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Ms. Schaefer, and then 6E, discussion and action on the strategic communication plan. Ms. Heyman.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Barbara Heyman, Deputy Director for ORS. So this memo is providing the proposed timeline for the strategic communication plan. In May 2020, the board approved a strategic communication plan that was designed to increase communication and engagement with the members using a variety of tools, including, their website redesign, emails and videos, and in addition to social media. Staff were asked at that time to come back with a timeline for the boards to review. Included in the memo is the proposed timeline for the planned strategic communication activities that run through June 30th, 2022. And as noted in the memo, the costs associated with the strategic plan activities planned for the upcoming fiscal year were accounted for in the annual budget, which was approved by the board in May 2020 as well. So going on to page 2, you'll notice there's reference to CAN videos. And these are short online, it's Khan Academy is an online resource that offers, short videos, an array of topics, sometimes quite complex topics, but the subject matter is reduced down into a very easy to follow video, usually not very long, sort of like a bite-sized pieces for members or for learners. Now, the main strategies that were approved and that were in the strategic communication plan was the redesign of the ORS website and increasing email usage to provide more immediate notification and reminders, create these Khan Academy recorded webinars to increase educational resources and implement the existing retirement counselling, and provide an online question submission, kind of a live chat function. And also within Member Direct, and we've actually already done this, is implement a message center that allows the members to send a message through the pension administration system from within Member Direct. So when a member is logged into their Member Direct account, they can send a message that staff will get through the pension administration system. Now the plan is, there's an emphasis on rolling out and providing, really useful information, as has been highlighted through this board meeting today, helping members, educating them on topics of just common activities like applying for retirement, applying for a disability retirement, enrolling in health plans, changing beneficiaries, demographics, divorce, reciprocity, all of those things. We want to create these videos that they could go to, or educational resources that can guide them through, and they can see what they have to do. So do you have any questions on the proposed timeline that's presented here today?
What is the target for the self-service through the pension admin system?
Self-service, not represented here so much. When you're talking about self-service, what sorts of things are you talking about?
I thought that I read someplace that retirees would be able to log into PAS and then do some transactions, individualized transactions that they're not able to do now.
Barbara, the member portal, I think that's what he's referring to.
Yeah. Now, for right now, and oddly enough, in this strategic plan that's presented here today, that functionality is not included.
Okay.
Of course, we could stitch it in if that's an area where you'd want us to try and.
Well, I didn't want I wasn't suggesting the tail wag the dog, but to the extent that we have a plan for going live with that, I was wondering if any of these bullet points align with that go live.
No, this plan is more, and it does take into account, existing resources, and this is kind of the areas that we feel really, that public's website, we think that really needs that a complete and utter overhaul, so as people have the ability to access information, and we can provide resources, make it a way more useful for our members. And we're hoping to roll that out by the end of this year. And of course, then we've got the open enrollment coming up. So the timeline that's presented here today is things that we think we can achieve by these particular timelines.
Okay, but
whenever, if I may, Jay, there's on the arrow looking up between July and December 2020, there's the second bullet point. Add question submission function to member direct portal. Yep. So there are some functionalities between the member direct portal that we're looking to introduce. Perhaps, Barbara, if you can speak about, generally speaking, what the member portal is all about, and what are the functionalities that we're looking to implement sooner rather than later? I think that may be helpful.
Well, it was really getting that member the ability to contact our staff or access information that they need. So, if they're on the website or even Member Direct, having that live chat where they could quickly ask a question and get some guidance on a particular topic of interest. And as I say, for the Member Direct, we've already implemented that message feature where they can, if they're in their Member Direct account, send a message, send a file, and it goes straight to our staff and it goes into their available work that they can work on. So we've already done that. And again, yeah, we're just trying to create opportunities for the membership to be able to engage with our staff and get information quickly.
Okay.
I mean, other functionalities that we're looking for the future, Jay, are related to, and this is more of a question of legally how do we go about it as opposed to technologically speaking, but for members to do some changes themselves, right? Like a change of address, change of banking information, and so on and so forth. So those are issues that I think we're looking to implement as well, because obviously it will provide an ability to, as an office, to become more efficient, right? Because it's something that members can do themselves, and we don't have to have staff time working through it. But we need to balance that with the legality issues. I think everyone is moving towards that approach, but we have to have two things. We got to make sure that it's done correctly from the legal standpoint, and we also want to make sure that we have, from a control standpoint, the right key controls in place to make sure that we limit any potential challenges of fraud on that kind of request. So,
okay. Yeah, again, I didn't want to distract the conversation from the communication into the system implementation, but rather I wanted to be sure that whatever new functionality we were accounting for it in the communication plan, to the extent education is required to the retirees. And Barbara, your plan is to update us on this progress vis-a-vis this plan every quarter, every
Yep, we can come back quarterly and let you know how we're doing and what we've invested in. Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any follow-up by board members on?
This is Trustee Jennings. I just have a question. I'm just curious why the live chat function is pushed out so far. Is it difficult to do, or is it staffing?
Well,
I see you do have a July, December 2021.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. It would be down to staffing, really. It's because to be effective and useful, we have to have sufficient staff to actually be manning those phones or be, waiting for that message to come through and start a chat. So, and getting our staff, ready to take on that type of a function.
Okay, I understand.
So Barbara and Roberto, you folks are looking for action on this one?
No, we just wanted to update you on the request, and we are happy to, again, the questions that have been asked, we're happy to address them, and the goal is to keep you updated on a quarterly basis.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. So no action on 6E. Moving on to item 7, committees, reports, recommendations. 7.1 is the investment committee. Last meeting was May 26, and the next meeting is August 25. Vice Chair Chandra, any oral updates?
Well, we gave updates after the May meeting, and obviously won't have our next one until next week, so we can give an update after that. And really, most of the activity that took place in between was done with the full board in the special closed sessions that we had, so everyone should be fairly up to speed. And I believe the CIO can correct me if I'm wrong, that at this upcoming August meeting, we'll be diving a little bit more into one sub-element of our alternative assets portfolio and talk a little bit more about venture capital and some of the other broader strategies that the staff has come up with to try and find ways to take I'll say advantage of the innovation economy.
Okay.
That's right. We have pretty robust. Besides that, we also have a couple of other things. So pretty robust agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both. 7.2 Governance Committee. Again, the last meeting was June 18. Next meeting September 3. Trustee Horowitz, do you have any oral updates for us?
No, actually, we essentially experienced what was discussed at the last meeting today during our discussing of the strategic plan for next month. So we had a robust discussion on what the questionnaire should look like that were ultimately issued to all of the trustees. So that's where we are.
Okay, very good. Thank you. 7.3 Audit Committee. The last meeting was May 21, and the next meeting is August 20 today. Trustee Kelleher, any updates for today?
Sure, there's not a lot. The audit is underway with Grant Thornton, and as Roberto had mentioned, the senior auditor position has been posted and applications are due on September 2nd.
Okay, very good. 7.4 Joint Personnel Committee. The last meeting was August 11. The next meeting is to be determined. Trustee Orr's oral update on this one. Oh, Trustee Orr.
Sorry. I actually didn't prepare any comments on this. I think we've talked through the evaluation policies and continuing discussions before we bring it to the full board on performance reviews for the CEO and CIO.
Yes. Yeah, I believe my recollection is that we had some edits to the policy. We still need to deal with the weighting of the criteria. Yeah, and before we still need to do that before we bring it back to the board for approval.
That is correct. And a meeting will take place in September. And I think the direction by the committee was these are issues that we should tackle relatively often in the next couple of months. So we're going to try to have meetings on a monthly basis, as you may recall. So the next meeting is in the September week within your board and the Police and Fire Board. And I suspect that if we go through October, that will be the same case until we finalize everything and bring everything back to the respective boards for approval.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, 7.4B minutes from the May 13 JPC meeting is receive and file. Item 8 is education and training. Those are listed there. Thank you, staff, for providing that. Any future agenda items? Any public retiree comments? Okay, and then as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to adjourn the meeting, and this adjournment is in memory of Mr. Edward Franklin Overton. Our sincere condolences to Ed's family. Thank you, everybody, for joining today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those trustees, I apologize, those trustees that are attending the audit committee, Marty, are they to stay here in this meeting, or are they to sign off and then sign on again through the audit committee?
Stay on this meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll stay here. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye all.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
And I see we're still recording.
No, we're not. Are we recording? We're not recording anymore, do we?
The recording has stopped.
Thank you.
We will begin recording at the next, the start of the next meeting.
Oh, that was
Okay.
awkward.
So we have
Okay, so here,
trustee Kelleher and
because we're not
trustee.
recording, I just found out. Oh, are we jumping in now?
No, not yet. Go ahead.
The water district plant where I live is gone. So, yeah, I'm kind of checking these. Yeah, right. You know, and the guy who posted it, because I live in Boulder Creek, they posted it and said the big basin water treatment plant is gone. And it was kind of like, don't know what to do after that one. So,
Go out and get some bottled water.
it's crazy, guys. Just that's assuming we have a house to go back to.
Just awful.
Yes, it is.
And right